when there's no more room in hell.
The dead will start a podcast.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the latest episode of No More Room in Hell. It's number 63. This is Mike. Joining me, as always, it's Mr. Venom. What's up, Venom?
Greetings and salutations, members of the Japanese counterculture. And honestly, that was like the most difficult greeting I've ever done. And I'm not even sure I know what the hell I'm talking about. But then again, once we get to our movies this week, I think you'll all know why I'm incredibly confused right now. How the hell you doing, Mike? I'm doing pretty well.
I'm doing well since we last recorded, which wasn't actually that long ago. Or actually, no, excuse me, it is. It's just that I got the episode out not too long ago.
Right.
Because as we're speaking, my house is all back in order. Everything is back. My home theater's up, and the computer I do my normal editing on and stuff is back and re-put together. So I was able to get episode 62 out, which is currently available on YouTube. I think Phil still has to post it to make the official post on Dark Discussions, but it's on YouTube. But other than that, good. It's somehow it went from like hot ass summer to how the hell did it get so cold so quick in a matter of like 2 weeks. So that's how I'm feeling, but I like it. So also with us, it's Derek. What's up, Derek?
Oh man, I can't wait to hear your thoughts on these movies, Michael. Are these both first time watches for you?
These are first time even knowing they existed.
First time title recognition.
Yeah, which weirdly, because one of them is actually directed by a director that we probably know too, like because he directed like all the Grudge movies, so it's even weirder in that sense. But yeah, I'm excited because I told you guys I was going to go full-blown fucking crazy Japanese horror near the end of the year, and I think I delivered.
Full-blown Japanese insanity, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Japanese movies have their own brand and style of insanity, and these ones delivered. More on that later, obviously, when we get into our main features. But as we start out every episode with what we watched, we will kick over to Venom. What do you have up first, Venom?
All right, so I'm gonna go over 3 brand new movies this time, just because since we've had a little bit of time off since the last full episode, not counting the commentary, of course. I've got some movies to talk about. So the first one I'm going to talk about is one that was released in October, came out with a little bit of fanfare, not a whole lot, but actually started getting some recognition because it didn't have a lot of fanfare when it came out, and people started kind of enjoying it. It started getting a little word of mouth press on the internet and stuff like that, and that's kind of when I jumped on it. I didn't watch it when it first came out. I saw it probably its second week of release. This is one that dropped on October 11th on Hulu, and this, my friends, is called Mr. Crockett. Now, Mr. Crockett is a very interesting movie. It's a movie about a former kids TV show host who ended up actually being a criminal in real life, getting dispatched, and then something happened in his afterlife that now makes him a supernatural being that can travel between televisions and kidnap children and kill their parents at will. So kind of an interesting little story. Overall, I do have a positive opinion on this one. I thought it was fairly fun. I thought the concept was cool. Obviously, it being set in the early 90s, we're dealing with VHS tapes instead of, any digital formats. So, Mr. Crockett as a character is very interesting because he plays the happy, friendly TV, the kids' TV show host really well. But then when he turns that dial and becomes, the psychotic Mr. Crockett that likes to cut parents into pieces, he also does a really good job there. So, yeah, overall, I enjoyed the movie. I do wish it gave me more, though. A movie like this, especially something that comes out in coordination with Hulu for their event Huluween that they did this year. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more. I'm not necessarily saying more blood, more gore, more kills, but I just would have liked to have seen the character of Mr. Crockett and his, pals just a little bit more over the top, like really embrace the horror comedy aspect of it. Instead of like in the third act in this movie, it tries to get a little serious, even though by that point it's almost too late to try to get a serious edge on this movie because you've spent the first hour of this movie kind of, laughing at this guy's antics and then, suddenly he's doing awful shit. So overall, I did enjoy this movie. I'm not sure if my co-hosts have checked it out yet, but if they have, come on in and chime in. Let me know what you thought of Mr. Crockett.
I have
I
not
have.
seen it yet.
I have. I thought it was pretty fun. I liked the premise. It's funny because I almost feel like it was almost a version of I Saw the TV Glow that people were expecting because of like the nature of like
yes.
what's going on in it. And I did really appreciate the effects because it seemed like there was like a lot of practical effects or puppets or animatronics or stuff going on once the movie starts going over the top. But yeah, it's kind of like one of those. It's like a fun little movie, but it's not great. But it's kind of what you have come to expect from like Hulu at Halloween time or when they do like their themes. It's like good movies, nothing that's probably going to be on a top 10 list. But it seems like some people really really did like it a lot. So good. I'm glad that they did. And like I said, it was fun. But there's just a lot of movies I think that came out this year that beat it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And for those who don't know, the gentleman who played Mr. Crockett, the actor's name is Elvis Nolasco. He actually had a pretty good October this year because he also had a starring role in the Huluween film Carved, which we actually reviewed on Fresh Cuts as our Halloween episode, our final episode of October. So if you're interested in our thoughts on that one, go ahead and check that episode out. It's only been out for a couple of weeks now, so but yeah, Elvis had a pretty good October 2024. Good for him. Starring in two, maybe not the highest profile horror movies, but because they got released on Hulu, they get a little bit more eyes on them than if they would have just gone straight to VOD. So good for Elvis. Long live the king.
It all shook up.
All right, Garrick, you're up next.
All righty. So, I'm going to start out with the book first, just to get it out of the way. I've been reading this new book recently called The Elementals. It's from 1981. It's written by Michael McDowell. For the listeners of this show, if you don't know Michael McDowell, he's actually a pretty prolific writer and screenwriter. One of his probably most famous creations, he wrote the screenplay for Tim Burton's Beetlejuice. Back in the day in 88 or 89, 88, I think that movie came out in, if I correct. But The Elementals is kind of like a Michael McDowell as a writer, because I actually seen another movie based on one of his other works, Cold Moon, aka Cold Moon Over Babylon. He writes a lot of like Southern Gothic style tales with Southern Gothic characters. This one takes place in like a funeral that happened in near Alabama, where they actually this two families, the Savage and the McRaes, are kind of connected by marriage. They grew up together, like their mothers, and the main characters of this movie book. I mean, book. Yeah, duh, I'm talking about a book. Their mothers were like best friends or something, and so they intertwine and married into each other's families per se. But they have like this like summer house homes in like Beldam, Alabama, where they go to it takes place after a funeral. One of the elder I think the Savages died, uh, and they have like these three houses. The two houses they use, but the third house has not been used because it holds uh, something sinister, and you're getting kind of getting that feeling when you hear stories about this house, because it's the main character is this little girl India whose father is a McRae, and he's telling the story. No one goes to that house, and she's asking questions why. They just don't, and they're like, why don't you have people over here? Because it's very secluded. It's like on the Gulf of Mexico line of that area where and the house is being covered by like a sand dune too, so she climbs up and looks through the window. So pretty much what's happening, and I'm still not finished with this book, of course, because I'm a very average reader. Uh, she awakens like this supernatural force, hence the title of the book, The Elementals. We kind of saw a kind of similar story with like that segment in that anthology we just covered, From Beyond the Grave, where it's like that type of entity involved, which I kind of find cool. And there's a little like supernatural hinges where, there's even a scene that kind of resembles like the scene in Evil Dead where Ash's sister draws the book for the first time, where the main girl, India, is drawing a picture and she's not looking at it, but she's drawing it. And it's like a full blown picture of like this evil woman with a bunch of dead children, because that's one of like the dark tales of like the Savage families. They take pictures of all their dead, which is crazy. But yeah, so far it's pretty good. If you like Southern Gothic style settings and like movies or even like books, I say check it out. It's fucking kind of a banger of a novel so far. I kind of would be curious to see like a film adaptation of this. Uh, Depends on the director though. Like the Cold Moon over Babylon movie that I did was kind of like it had like its budget constraints to it. So and it was weird because it had a cameo by Tommy Wiseau, which kind of threw me off for a bit. I'm like, what the fuck? But anyways, that's another. Anyways, yeah. If you like reading Elementals, Michael McDowell, check it out.
Cool. All right. So first up for me is one that I had to watch in a few sittings because it is 5 whole hours long, and that would be the recent release Doc of Chucky on Shudder.
I thought you were going to say The Substance.
Oh shit! Almost halfway there. Yeah. So this kind of documentary, it's pretty extensive in the style of like Never Sleep Again or the Crystal Lake Memories, where they cover an entire franchise, go pretty in depth with as many like actors, directors, producers, anyone else that worked on these movies, anyone that they get in there to talk like stories from the set and making of. It's kind of all that fun stuff combined to where like even if you're not a fan of like the entire franchise, it's still kind of cool just to see everything that went into it. And it kind of these style documentaries that are have a long running time kind of make perfect sense for like watching while you're working. If you happen to work from home, it's one of the perks that I have from working from home is I can kind of throw this on as background and just kind of listen to it, because you don't even need to watch a lot of the time when people are talking. Just listen to what they're saying. And I tend to be more of a fan of like the first part of the franchise, like 1 through 3, and Bride of Chucky I got a kick out of. I still think like the Seed of Chucky is kind of that's its own discussion, I guess. But like even like Curse and Cult are fine.
The
Like
turkey baster first.
yeah,
Remember that.
I think Cult and Curse are they're like fine. I'm probably not as high on them as some people, but the only thing that I think some people are mentioning, and I notice it too, is they don't get into like the TV series. So I don't know if it's because of when the documentary is like being made, they just didn't have time, or they couldn't get enough people that were involved in the show due to schedules. But so it cuts off, and they don't talk about the remake either, probably just because the remake's removed from most of the people involved in the franchise. But it's cool. I like it because when they're talking to Chris Sarandon and like the actress who played the mom in the first one, it's like you realize that like even these accomplished actors like they still take like these roles seriously. Like it's funny because like they're talking about a movie about a little killer doll, but when they get into like the nuance and how they approach things in the movie, it's like, damn, it's like, yeah, if you get the right people that are treating it like a job, like they're taking it just as serious, like they're not just phoning it in because it's just this little horror movie I'm doing. And it's cool because you get to see decision makings on why like some people that survived weren't back for like certain sequels where you would think. So I mean they get into that with like why the actor who played Andy wasn't carried over from part 2 to 3, and the mom why she wasn't in like the second one, and it's cool. And I like hearing like the battles between like the studio and the writer and the director of like, oh, we wanted to cast this person and the studio's like no, and how they have to fight for certain. It's just cool, especially in the early parts of franchises when like you're kind of relying on like a lot of unknowns, and then they bring in like someone on the crew that is known, and then it becomes like a new struggle of like, well, whose voice is gonna win out on decision making and all the collaboration. So it's really cool, and of course none of them expected like when they were making the first one, they were like, we never thought this would go past like this one. Like we were just making a stupid little killer doll movie. But anyways, yeah, Doc of Chucky. I would recommend breaking it up into parts because sometimes with these long ass documentaries, it's hard not to like zone out after like a couple hours just because it's going over like similar content. But yeah, I recommend it. If you're like a fan of the franchise, obviously you're going to be more likely to want to watch it as opposed to people that just have no interest in the Child's Play movies, period. But check it out if you are. So that's my first one. Back to you, Venom.
Sounds sexy.
Unless you guys have seen it and have anything to add.
I've been eyeing it on AMC Plus. I haven't watched it yet because I just need the time. Because I feel like even if I like split it up, I just want to sit down and watch at least like the first like hour of it without having to do anything.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. Before I actually committed to watching it, I threw it on just to see how I guess how serious it was taken. Like, is this really gonna be like that as well done as like I'd Never Sleep Again? And after about 20 minutes, I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, they put effort into this. So then I like stopped it and was like, okay, I need to find a better time that I can actually watch it and pay attention. But yeah,
No, I feel you, man. Like, especially with me now, it's like because I have the fucking new puppy, it's hard for me to even sit down for fucking in like 2 hours because she has to go at every fucking hour sometimes.
right. All right, then I'm back to you.
I haven't had a chance to see it yet, though I will say, and this is probably going to make me some enemies, I'm not the biggest Child's Play fan. Like, I like the original, I like Cult, I actually like the remake, which is probably where a lot of people have issues, because I know a lot of hardcore fans of the Child's Play franchise hate the remake. I actually fucking really, really like the remake.
I like it too.
So yeah, I really dug it. I just thought it was something different. They did something different with the franchise.
Yeah. Aubrey Plaza.
Plus, it was gory as shit. I mean, it's the goriest Child's Play movie. So fuck.
This is for Tupac.
Yeah, I thought the remake was good too. The only thing I ever thought about the remake was like you didn't even need to call it Child's Play. But other than that, I thought it was good.
Yeah, they could have called it Buddy and just made it its own little thing or something. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. All right, back to what we've been watching. This next one is a movie. This one dropped in theaters, actually. This is a theatrical release. This dropped in theaters on October 4th. Now, the reason that I went to see this, because this is a family-oriented horror film, and it's even really hard. Well, no, it's solidly a horror film. It comes off as kind of like an hour and a half long episode of Goosebumps more than anything, but I'll have some positive stuff to say about it. The reason I actually saw it in theaters is because, and Mike can vouch for this, we had actually made a mistake about when Terrifier 3 was opening. We originally had announced it as being released on October 4th because what I saw was that my local AMC was having a private screening of it on October 4th. So when we announced that it was coming out on October 4th, and then I realized, oh shit, no, it's not. It's coming out October 11th. I had nothing to watch that weekend. So I did, and for those who don't know, I love the theater experience. I go to the movies every weekend, whether there's a horror movie out or not. I go watch something. So on this particular weekend, I went and watched a movie starring a man who's made himself very divisive, and that is, of course, Mr. Mel Gibson. Obviously, depending on, what side of the fence you lie on, as far as racism goes, you might have a certain opinion on Mr. Gibson and some of the things that he's done and said over the last 10, 20 years or so. But, despite how you personally feel about him, and I'm probably right there with you, I'm not the biggest fan of the man personally. He's a great actor. I love almost all movies that he's in. But obviously, I tend to lean towards liberalism. So, when I find out that a celebrity has been overly racist for no reason, and me being a minority as well kind of helps that opinion. Anyway, the whole point of this whole conversation is, despite of what you might think of Mel Gibson, the man can fucking act. And he does it again in this movie. This movie, my friends, is called Monster Summer. Like I said, this dropped in theaters on October 4th. It probably didn't play in theaters for very long. I heard next to no fanfare about it. Like, I don't even know anyone else who saw the movie besides myself. But I'm here to say that this actually was not a bad little movie, considering it is an hour-and-a-half long episode of Goosebumps. I actually had a really good time with it. We get a story of a small town celebrating a big summer festival, and suddenly people start disappearing. And, well, not disappearing, they disappear for a short amount of time, and then when they reappear a couple of days later, they're catatonic, like they're not themselves. And that's kind of like where the mystery starts from there. And as it turns out, there is something, evil in this town. And this one kid, our main star, Mason Thames, the character's name is Noah. He basically is kind of like a wannabe sleuth, listening to like real true crime podcasts and things like that. He starts digging into the mystery a little bit and thinks that he may have figured it out. He ends up going to Mel Gibson because Mel Gibson's character, Gene, is actually a former police detective. He's a former investigator. But his wife died under mysterious circumstances years earlier, like probably 10, 15 years before the events of this movie. She died under mysterious circumstances, which kind of left him as a pariah. Basically, the town blamed him for the death of his wife, even though there's no proof of it. And as it turns out, he had nothing to do with the death of his wife. But the point is that, Noah enlists the services of this former police detective. They do their investigation. They eventually find out what's happening here. And all in all, like I said, it's not a be-all, end-all horror movie by any stretch. It's not like the Monster Squad where it's like required viewing for a young person who's trying to get into horror. But if you're if you're an old horror fan who has kids, and maybe even teenagers, like they don't have to be ultra young, because the kids in this movie are about to enter high school. So, you're looking at 13, 14, 15-year-olds. So I would strongly recommend this if you have kids of that age and they're kind of showing an inclination for liking horror movies. I say check this out. Yeah, there's some questionable CGI, especially in the third act during the final confrontation between Gene, Noah, a couple of other of Noah's friends, and then the antagonist of the film, which I'll keep under my hat. And then we also get one of the guilty pleasures of this movie for me is the appearance of Patrick Renna as a bass. And for those who don't know the name, he was in The Sandlot. He played the fat kid in The Sandlot. You're killing me, Smalls. He plays an umpire, a baseball umpire in this movie. And it's so fucking brilliant because as soon as he takes his umpire helmet off, you can't not recognize that face. If you've seen The Sandlot, that face, it doesn't matter.
He still
that
looks
it's 30,
the same, but
40,
like 400 years old.
Exactly. He just looks 30 years older and 200 pounds heavier. That's all. But he's so recognizable, and the fact that he's playing an umpire just really it just tickled me. So like I said, not a terrible movie. It's not something that I'm highly recommending. Obviously, it's not in theaters anymore by any stretch. I'm not sure if it's on VOD yet, but like I said, if you're a parent and you've got kids who are kind of interested in horror, this might not be the worst thing to check out. I wouldn't go in with anybody too terribly young, because the third act maybe does get maybe a little spooky for some of the younger kids, but kids between like I don't know, I'd say like 9 to 15 would probably dig this movie. Just because of the characterizations, how Noah, kind of figures stuff out. It's, like I said, it's a mildly entertaining movie with another great performance from Mel Gibson. So, like I said, I would imagine my co-hosts probably have not watched that yet because it got so little fanfare when it came out. But like I said, I am recommending it. So check it out.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I actually have heard of it.
Nice.
This is actually one that like I I do watch trailers sometimes, and I did see a trailer for this movie. That's all I'll say, but that's all about it. I've seen or heard of it, and I was like, Mad Mel in a monster movie? Like,
Mad Mel.
Yeah, I'm still willing to watch Mel Gibson stuff, like regardless of.
Yeah, I mean, I separate the art from the artist. I still own the first two Jeepers Creepers movies on Blu-ray. I don't care. It doesn't mean that I like or support Victor Salva. It just means I like those movies.
hell, I'm still saying that Mel Gibson should do a Hellraiser. That'd be fucking nuts.
God. Oh, that would be a guilty pleasure. Watch his ass get torn apart by Pinhead.
No, I mean as a director, like it'll be like fucking
direct. Yikes.
Passion of Christ, like all bloody and gore.
The Passion of Frank.
Imagine
getting tortured.
It's gonna turn Hellraiser into a snuff film. Nice.
And then it turns into the end of Apocalypto.
Oh no! Stop that.
All right. What you got next, Derek?
Okay, yeah. So you brought up a documentary, so I'm going to bring up this documentary because it kind of got me in the itch, because especially the movies we're talking about today. This was released on AMC Plus recently, and that is the J Horror Virus, originally from 2023. It's pretty much like that talks about like the J horror movies of the early 90s to like 2000s era. Pretty much like all the big ones are mentioned, like Ring, of course, Ju-on, The Grudge, Pulse, bunch of other ones were mentioned. But it's kind of cool seeing like some of like the other like they have the original actors who played Sadako and Kayako both interviewed in this. So that was kind of cool, in that sense. And you got like some of the directors that even one of the directors that we're going to be talking about tonight, Taki Shimizu, he was interviewed a lot during this. Kiyoshi Kurosawa, Shinya Toshimoto, who we'll also be talking about because he's one of the stars of one of the movies that we're going to be talking about. Another director in his own right, and talks about kind of like the subgenre, even like the early like Tetsuo cyberpunk era, which we're kind of get into with the first movie that we're going to talk about tonight, pretty much. But yeah, it was kind of interesting. It's only an hour and 35 minutes, so if you are a fan of J horror, it's kind of a more digestible documentary. It's one that you could actually sit down and watch and be like, oh, okay, that was, I don't have to break this up. I could finish this in one sitting type of deal. But the only thing is all pretty much subtitled because most of these people are Japanese, and so there's a lot of subtitles. So if you're not a fan of that,
Yeah, I was gonna ask you because like I have seen that documentary sitting there on Shudder, and I was like, man, I want to watch this, but if there's a lot of subtitles, I can't do it during work.
Yeah. There's a few like Americans that talk about it. Like Tom Mez is interviewed. He's a guy who I actually read a few of his articles on like Arrow releases. He does like a lot of Arrow commentaries on Asian movies. So it's not all in Japanese, but there's like a mix between where you have to go back and forth from somebody speaking in English to one of the actors or filmmakers talking in Japanese, which could be kind of jambled for some viewers, but overall it didn't hurt me because I watch subtitled movies all the time, so you know it's whatever.
Yeah, that's good. I am definitely gonna check it out though because I have seen a lot of J horror, but even just based on what Shudder's added, I know there's a lot I haven't seen. So I'm kind of hyped because that's another thing that these long form documentaries do is they usually I'll have like a post-it note and a pen sitting by because they're gonna rattle off a bunch of movies I definitely haven't seen before. So I'm looking forward to diving into it.
Yeah, yeah, it was pretty good. Like Kiyoshi Kurosawa, I wish a lot of his earlier work, because if you don't know, he actually before he did like Cure and Pulse, he did the movie adaptation of Sweet Home, which was a video game made by Capcom, which is the game that influenced Resident Evil. And a lot of like his movie actually was like it's pretty much like a scene by scene of like the first Resident Evil game. It's kind of nuts. So that's a movie that I actually want to see so bad. I want to see that get like a good release down the line, like, especially now they're releasing all these like Asian horror box sets and shit. Put that on a fucking horror box set. I'll buy that in a fucking heartbeat, you know?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, for sure. Okay, so I'm up again. So something I've been doing on streaming services is when there's not a lot on like the front pages that kind of are based on like your algorithm or you're not having such luck just like randomly browsing. Especially on Prime, I'm not sure how well like Netflix and maybe like a Hulu, but like Prime, there's a lot of like hidden international movies on there that unless you do like a manual search for them and try to like maybe alter your algorithms, they're just not going to show up. So I think it was like a week or so ago, I put in like Asian horror movies 2024 just to see like what would happen. And there was like some stuff, not all of them were like included with the Prime sub, so it's not like I could watch all of them, but one of them that was this movie called Body Parts. I had no idea this movie existed. It was just based off like a random search, and it's actually pretty cool. It's a anthology movie where basically this reporter is infiltrating this cult, and the way the anthology plays into it is she kind of gets in there and notices that like each person is sacrificing like a body part of someone else that they brought to this like temple or whatever to sacrifice to like I think resurrect their god or whatever. So the anthology is kind of like the girl asking the people like how did you get this body part, like what was the process of you bringing this in there? So then it like goes into the story of like how these people got these body parts. I thought it was really well done, gory, good story, good conclusion, and it's another kind of unique. Well, I don't know if I'd say unique, but it's like a different way to do an anthology where the wraparound story. It's almost like not a wraparound story; it is the main story of the infiltration going on. But I think it's well done. It's well paced, and for people into Asian horror, this really fits the bill. And like I wouldn't have ever known it existed unless I did a manual search, or if it just randomly like ended up on a Shutter at some point. I had never heard of this, didn't know anything about it. I'm gonna assume neither of you guys have seen it, just because it's not like just sitting out there. But
What
I
streaming
do
service
recommend it.
was it on?
This was on Prime.
Oh, yeah, Prime always hides fucking shit.
I think like honestly, so
Yeah.
everyone talks about Tubi's library, and like I do agree that Tubi's library is vast, but I actually think Prime's library is a little understated. It's just that their interface sucks. Like you have to pretty much like manually search, or if you like want like a classic horror movie and then you try to look through like the recommendeds based on like the ones that are on the front page. But I think Prime since their library is so big, I wish they would just update and kind of modernize and make the interface more efficient and easier to find stuff. Because yeah, I've just been running like manual searches for different
Oh,
countries.
yeah, even like their fucking music fucking app is fucking so like hard to fucking navigate sometimes. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah,
Yeah,
it
like
blends in.
I feel like at least with Netflix, Netflix feels like it's pretty easy to manipulate the algorithms. Because like now, I constantly get like foreign shows and horror movies and just action movies put on my front page where like I'll ask other people about it and they don't know what I'm talking about. So Netflix is pretty easy to like manipulate just based on like and sometimes I'll say I really like something just because I know that means that they'll throw like more Japanese horror. Even if I only kind of liked it, I'm like, but if I say I really liked it, I know they're gonna put more on my front page that I don't have to go manually looking for. So it's just like, little things that you can
Yeah,
manipulate how it presents stuff to you.
less Bollywall hood versions of Girl on a Train.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah, body parts, I would say check it out, especially for, all of our fellow podcasters that are listeners that are looking to, because I mean, shit, we're approaching halfway through November, so it is about that time where people start crunching for 2024. So yeah, check that out. Back to you, Venom.
All right, last one I'm going to talk about this week is coming to us from Korea. This one actually released last year in Korea and Indonesia. It got a release earlier this year here in the States, or maybe it was late last year. I'm not 100% sure, but it's one that I found through my travels, just kind of checking all the streaming services and checking, different friends' Plex servers. And I ended up running into this. Anybody who knows anything about me too knows that I love short run horror. So lots of shorts and shorter films. So when I'm looking to watch something that I've never seen before and I see a Korean ghost movie clocking in at 80 minutes, that sounds like something I might enjoy. And even if it's not that great, at least it wasn't that long. Well, my friends, unfortunately, I have to report that the movie I ended up watching did not satisfy my paranormal needs for that day. The movie in question is called The Ghost Station. Like I said, it released in 2023 in Korea and Indonesia. I'm not 100% sure when it dropped in the States, but I don't remember seeing anything about this title before a few months ago here in the States. This one it's fairly simple. Basically, a public service worker witnesses an incident in a train station where he thinks he sees something supernatural, and then someone ends up dying that night in the train station. So he ends up recruiting, one of his friends to help him kind of investigate the mystery. And my friends, I just feel like this one left me hanging. Like it didn't really give me a whole lot. I wasn't necessarily a jump scare factory, but it also really didn't go. It didn't really go for the tension, especially thinking about a movie like Creep, the UK movie where that movie takes place totally in a subway. That movie is a freaking masterpiece compared to this one. This one, it's well shot, it's well acted. Like overall, the technical aspects of it are fine. It's just the story left me a little flat. Like it wasn't nearly as exciting as I was hoping it would be. When we eventually get the culmination of the mystery or the reveal, it's just kind of not very satisfying. I'm trying to be as ambiguous as possible, obviously, even though it's a movie I didn't enjoy and wouldn't recommend. I still don't want to, give away any spoilers in case there are people out there that maybe are Korean completionists and want to check out every Korean horror movie that comes out. But for whatever it's worth, yeah, The Ghost Station left me a little flat. It's not a found footage movie, but at times it comes off that way. It kind of has the sense of a found footage movie. It's almost like a documentary style found footage movie. But then there actually will be scenes that are just full production, normal filmmaking type scenes. So, take my review with a grain of salt. I mean, this movie might work out for you better than it did for me, but like I said, for me, I found it slightly dull, fairly slow paced, and just not very satisfying. It's a slow burn that doesn't give you the ending to warrant the slow burn. So yeah, unfortunately, I can't really recommend this one too much. But like I said, if you find it, and at least it's only 80 minutes, so there's that. Have either of you guys checked this one out yet?
I've seen like pictures of it, but I haven't seen it. I've seen like poster art, but that's about
I'd
it.
be interested in what Derek would have to say about it, just because you're way more versed in Asian horror than I am. I would, maybe I missed something. Like, I mean, maybe there's like some kind of Korean legend wrapped around this that I'm not familiar with that might have
Yeah.
added, something to the movie. I don't know, but all I know is that on first watch, I try to give the movies all my attention. I turn my devices off, stuff like that, and I don't know. I just found myself slightly bored with this one. So yeah, if anyone, listening to my voice wants to give it a shot and check it out, if you think I'm wrong, by all means, hit me up on the socials and let me know what I missed. Because, when I sit down for a Korean ghost story, I figure it's going to be, even if it's like middle of the road, it's still going to entertain me. Unfortunately, this one did not. So yeah, that's it for me.
Yeah, I got some homework to do, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, I have not seen it, so I have no comment. And my only comment is back to you, Derek.
Okay, so we're going to talk about a movie that came out this year on Shudder, and that's a movie called Mads.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have the same third pick, so
Nice.
I'll chime in after you.
Oops.
Hey, it happens, man. But pretty much this movie's all shot from like one. It's kind of like in that Silent House style where it's like the camera move, like thinking more movies like Rope or like Silent House where the camera doesn't leave the shot. It's like one continuous long shot, which you know, going into this, I love the movie Them, the French extreme film from 2005. This was from one of the directors of that movie, and the thing that fucking kind of blew me away was I wasn't expecting the title card to come out when that fucking car was driving, and it fucking was like, whoa, because I watched this movie on edibles. It's one of those type of movies for me.
That's a good choice, actually.
Yeah. You know, and because it just goes crazy after that, because then this girl comes into the car. I don't know how spoiler we're gonna get with it, and then all hell just fucking breaks loose from there. Like this movie goes fucking crazy, fucking nuts.
Yeah,
But, I enjoyed it. It was. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, I like the fact that it's kind of ambiguous about exactly what's going on. There's a lot of similarities between like the zombie genre, the rabies zombie genre. Like there's little bits and pieces of like different things to where, and I don't think they ever in the movie 100% say what it is either. And I kind of like that because to me it doesn't necessarily matter. And I like that once it gets going, it's paced pretty wildly. And I like the fact that it kind of bounces around to different characters. It adds to the frantic pace because if you add in all these elements, the supposed, I haven't dissected it a second time to see if I think they actually had one long shot the entire movie. But if you add that in with the fact that it bounces around to different characters where you think, oh, this is going to be the main character, and then something happens to change that. If you add all that in, it just makes for a very frantic viewing experience. And I think the POV, it almost makes like the camera itself a character. Like you're just kind of like witnessing a day, or I guess a night would be more accurate.
A night
A
in the
night,
life,
yeah, a night of what the hell's going on in this town, where it doesn't matter what happens with one specific character. It's just kind of an overview of like, holy shit, something's going on, and we're getting like a fly on the wall view of it, and no one's necessarily more important than the next. It's just like, holy shit, this chaos is going on.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah,
is it
I
go
really,
ahead.
I enjoyed it too. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it as ambiguous as possible as well. This is one that we actually skipped on Fresh Cuts, and I'm actually upset about it. We ended up leaning towards a Spanish zombie movie, and I'll take the blame on that one. That's more on me. I mean, if a Spanish zombie movie drops and it's available to review, I'm almost always going to lean towards it. But yeah, Mads, this was a fun ass experience. And for those who don't know, Rope is actually my favorite Alfred Hitchcock movie. I know it's a weird choice, but I adore that film. I watched it for the first time in film school, well, in a film class that I was taking in school, and we dissected it to a point where I just enjoy it so much. I watch it twice a year now. Absolutely love it. So it makes sense that this movie worked for me, since it did kind of remind me of Rope and that kind of shooting style. But yeah, just everything that happens in here and the ambiguity of, what's actually happening here, I'm okay with. Like, we recently reviewed Smile 2, and I had the same complaint with Smile 2 that I had with the first one. They show us too much of the entity at the end. Like, it was unnecessary. The strength of the Smile movies is everything that happens up to the finale, but then both finales, these filmmakers felt the need to give us this big CGI monstrosity that we just didn't need. And if anything, it brings down the movie slightly. I know some people disagree with me on that, and that's fine, but yeah. But that's part of the reason that I just absolutely love Mads. Any movie that is slightly ambiguous like this and leaves kind of the story to the viewer's head to make their own decisions, I absolutely adore. So yeah, I'm upset we didn't get it to do it on Fresh Cuts, because now we have a slew of theatrical horror coming out yet again for November and December. So probably not going to get to it. But yeah, I totally agree. Mads is great. A potential top 10 candidate, believe it or not.
Yeah, I
Fuck
agree
yeah.
too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I just feel like
double featured it with the Spanish version of Silent House.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, I just feel like the movie doesn't have many flaws. Like, as it was going, I was like waiting for, like, okay, is this gonna have a lull? And it just never did. Like, it just kept it up and going. And especially, like, and I'm not even gonna spoil how it happened, but just like the introduction to everything, as far as like the horror element part, like when the characters first, like, I guess, quote unquote, introduced to each other in the way it is, it kind of feels like realistic. Because if that shit happened, it's almost you're just kind of reacting like, whoa, what the hell's going on? And
Yeah,
it makes sense.
It's kind of like you're in a found footage movie, but it's not found footage. It's weird.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It almost felt like in the style of found footage,
Yeah.
but not with a handheld camera.
No, it's funny because I just made the same statement with the Ghost Station, but Mads does it 10 times better than the Ghost Station did. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Nice.
All right. So, Mads, yeah, that was gonna be my final pick too, because I was like, the fact that we didn't get to do it on Fresh Cuts, there's no way I will pass up talking here.
Yeah.
Since Derek picked it, I did have another one written down, not nearly as good as.
If I knew
Mads.
that, I would have did the Halle Berry movie.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Nice.
we did do that on Fresh Cuts.
I liked it.
Yeah.
The other one I had written down was Stream. Have you guys seen that one?
No,
I still have
heard about
not.
it.
I've heard too many conflicting things from different people. It's like no one has really given me an argument to go watch it yet. So let's see what Mike says.
It has a lot of fun kills, but it's just entirely too long. It's kind of like a movie that I think they want to present it as like it's a horror movie for horror movie lovers, because we're gonna throw references here, you're gonna recognize some of the cast from here, and we're gonna have a lot of fun kills.
Of horror.
And to its credit, there actually were some pretty, like, I would recommend it because of the kills and the other stuff, but the problem is it doesn't need to be like a 2-hour movie. You're gonna half hour, 45 minutes in, you're gonna be like, why is there another 90 minutes to this movie? Just based on the story and what's going on, it doesn't need to be that long. But if you have the time, I would say you're still gonna have some fun with it, because it's a slasher with lots of cool kills. So I would say, if you have the time to fit in a 2-hour movie, which there seems to be so many unnecessary long movies now, still check it out. I wouldn't put it high up on, like, especially now that we're getting into cramming season. if you're running out of stuff, yeah, watch it. But if you have like a high priority list of things you haven't got to yet, I would put those above making this a priority.
Oh, it's gonna be brutal trying to get fucking Nosferatu in.
Speaking of Venom, I know, like I was gonna ask you, I know with fresh cuts we usually will take like either all or some of December off from episodes, but December releases still count for this year, correct? So Nosferatu releases on Christmas, so we're still counting that as this year, right? Even though we're not going to do an episode on it, probably.
In years past, I've counted anything that comes out Christmas or after as the following year. Because by the time Christmas rolls around, I'm already halfway through my rewatches for the year. I've already got a pretty good idea of where my top 10 is going to land. Because the same thing happened a couple of years ago when the Addams Family released, I forget the name of the movie, the one where they're the traveling carnival people. Okay. They released that movie the final week of the year too. And that movie would have been a top 10 candidate for that year. But then since I purposely didn't watch it until the following year, it ended up not being a top 10 for that year. So it's weird. Like I said, because of when we cut off, and I mean, we don't have an official cutoff. We never have. I'm okay with counting it for this year. I mean, obviously, I don't think we're going to get a chance to do it on Fresh Cuts unless it's the first episode of the new year. And by that point, that movie's already like 10 days old. So I'm not sure how fresh that's still considered. But
moldy cuts.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, you know, I'll accept any argument for either way, whether you count it for 2024 or 2025. I can accept it because Christmas. I mean, like I said, and not just horror podcasters, but everybody, man, we're busy on Christmas. We're not necessarily worried about watching movies. I mean, least of all somebody like Mike
even open on Christmas.
You know what I mean? I can't imagine Mike's first priority on Christmas Day is to get up and watch the new Nosferatu.
Shit, I would hate working at the movie theater because that sucks. You have to work Christmas.
Exactly. Oh, no, big time. I mean, that shit never closes. Movie theaters do not close, man. Or, I mean, they obviously close at night, but you know what I mean. They don't have, like, a day off, and that's insane.
Yeah. So, yeah. I probably won't be seeing it on Christmas. The only way I could pull that off is if for some reason my kids were like, Dad, we want to see Nosferatu. And then I'm like, oh, well, let's go after you open your presents. And
we'll start dropping the hints now. Yeah. Start talking about, you know, this fantasy, colorful, happy.
Johnny Depp's daughter? She's a princess.
Yeah, there you go. There's a princess in the movie.
Yeah. Because, like, to be honest, like, I don't have
Green Goblins in it. It'd be like
Green
Goblins in it.
Me personally, I don't have an issue going to see it on Christmas if I didn't have like the family obligations, but since I do, it's just tough. But I think Christmas this year is like in the middle of the week, so I'll probably still see it that weekend.
Fucking bullshit.
Yeah. My wife being a veterinarian and working at a hospital that's open every single day, all year round, they kind of flip-flop the holidays that they worked. So she had Christmas off last year, which would mean that she's working Christmas Day this year. I haven't gotten confirmation of that, but if that is the case, then that frees me up to go see Nosferatu. Exactly. So
he's going to see Christmas, Vampire Pennywise.
Exactly. Yeah, Christmas in the Venom household isn't going to be great this year since I'm still fucking unemployed and have been for the entirety of 2024. So, yeah, Christmas is going to be fairly non-existent here. So, more than likely, I'll go see it on Christmas Day.
All right. Is there any randoms things that people want to add before we move on as far as what they watched?
Never Let Go, Alexander Ajar. I actually liked it. It was fun.
I loved it. I think I was the highest of the three on Fresh Cuts. I thought it was a great movie. I love that they leave the ending a little ambiguous to let the viewer decide that all of that actually happened. Was it all in their head? Obviously, there's clues throughout the movie that support both theories. Some people might argue that one theory is supported much more than the other, but that's what's great about this movie is that it creates discussion. So, yeah, and plus Halle Berry, great performance. The kids, both boys had great performances. The overall storytelling I thought was really well done. The cinematography was gorgeous. Like, it's funny because it sounds like it's a top 10 candidate, but it's absolutely not. Like, it's not even in my top 15 as we speak for 2024. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was one of the bigger surprises of the year so far.
Yeah, it wasn't as bad as people were saying. I was like, what the fuck?
I have no idea. I mean, some people just need everything handed to them on a silver platter. You know, if a movie is too ambiguous, they end up not liking it. It's like they want the answer handed to them. They don't want to walk out of the theater wondering, was that real? Was it not real?
Yeah, it's like I'm still trying. It's like me trying to still try to watch the substance. It's like, yeah, this is going on, but then I want more of coked out Dennis Quaid in this movie. You know? Like,
I wanted more of the Blair Monster and definitely more Dennis Quaid. Absolutely.
Yeah, it would have made it a better movie.
But I mean, that whole final 15 minutes is so fucking over the top that it's already practically a horror comedy. So any further over the top and it would have devolved into straight comedy. So as cool as it was, I mean, you know, we talked about this when we talked about it on Fresh Cuts. It's objectively a good film. I just don't think I don't regard it as highly as some people do. Some people consider this like the second coming of The Thing or something. Like it redefines body horror, and I personally just don't see it. You know, good performances throughout, great practical effects, but that runtime and that last 15 minutes is, you know, it's something that I'll be talking about forever with that movie.
Yeah.
Despite its quality.
Yeah, it's kind of like this year's Suspiria for me, where it's like you either love it or hate it.
To an extent, I could see that.
Yeah.
Oh, and then to answer Mike's question, I did want to add one thing. It's a video game. And please bear with me, folks, because anybody who's a longtime listener of mine knows that I'm also a toy collector. I am a Funko Pop collector. And in September, Funko released their first console video game. It's called Funko Fusion. The reason that I'm bringing it up is because there is a level of The Thing in there. There is an entire Thing level in there, and it's the best fucking level in the game. I absolutely adore it. I mean, you eventually fight the dogs, you fight the crab head. Eventually you get to the final boss, which is the Blair Monster, and the score, like it's playing that, you know, that kind of slow pace score that Carpenter had in The Thing. Well, Morricone, I should say, had in The Thing. That's playing throughout the entire level as you're playing it, and it's so well done. The entire game as a whole, it's kind of a kid's game. It's a kid's 3D platformer, you know, action game. It's nothing really to write home about. But I did want to let the horror fans out there who are also gamers know, if you're interested in checking out a cool ass level featuring McCready and Childs and Stubbs and everybody else, check out Funko Fusion. And they're releasing DLC like crazy. Like they've released Jurassic World DLC. And there is more horror DLC on the way. They just haven't given us specific franchises yet. But yeah, this is a game that's obviously it's based on the Funko Pops, and there's millions of different Funko Pops from thousands of different franchises. So the game could literally go on for years if they just keep adding DLC, more DLC. It could have a life like Grand Theft Auto 5, where literally people were playing it for 12 years after its release, because of the constant release of new DLC, new levels, new multiplayer stuff, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, just throwing it out there. If you're a hardcore fan of The Thing like I am, check out Funko Fusion. It is available on Xbox Series S and X and PlayStation 5.
Hell yeah. I saw the trailer for that, and I'm like, and fucking Clancy Brown plays the voice of like the bad guy in the game. And like, I was like, the Kurgan.
And it's funny too, because RJ McCready isn't even the most fun guy to play with. It's Childs, because Childs has the flamethrower. It's so fucking fun.
Because it's fucking Keith David.
Yeah, exactly. Sweet. Unfortunately, their voices aren't in there. You know, they kind of do that sim speak where they just kind of mumble, rah, 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 you know. Yeah. Obviously, to get all those voice actors to, you know, come back and reprise their roles would have been like, you know, a whole nother budget unto itself. But Ultimately, if you're a fan of Funko Pops and you're a gamer, especially if you're a gamer who enjoys more casual games, not necessarily like the Dark Souls of the video game universe, like the hardest fucking video games in the world, but if you're just looking for like a fun,
9 years of
easy,
Shadow.
yeah, exactly. So check out Funko Fusion. I dig it. I hope you will too.
Yeah. Speaking of games, so this isn't a new game, but it's one that in rebuilding my home theater, like I finally got the PS5 back up because it was packed away too, and I grabbed a game Vampire Survivors because I had already had it on my old laptop through Steam, and then we grabbed it on the Switch because I needed something to play it on. Although like the Switch is primarily what my kids play on, but in the meantime they had been talking about releasing it for consoles, and I think PS5 was the last to get it. And it's like $5 because like I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but it's in the style of like the graphics probably resemble anywhere between like 8-bit and 16-bit, and it's like a very like the gameplay is very primitive, but it's just addicting and fun. And since I've last played it, because it's been so long, they've released different DLCs for it, and the latest DLC that I also grabbed for like $3 was an Ode to Castlevania DLC, which uh, a lot of the enemies and stuff are modeled after Castlevania enemies, and of course you're like one of the
Was
Belmonts.
that Dead Cells?
No, not Dead Cells. Although I do have the Castlevania DLC for Dead Cells, but this is called Vampire Survivors. It's
Oh,
basically
okay.
you're just walking around a map. There's different stages, but it starts with a wide open map, and it's almost like hordes of enemies coming onto the screen that you just kill. And as you kill them, you get like gems that allow you to power up your weapons or your health, stuff like that. And And the thing is, the stages you have to last 30 minutes in order to beat a stage, and then of course like along the way you unlock different weapons, different upgrades, different characters, all that kind of stuff. It's one of those games where like when you see it you would never think it's as addicting as it is. So simple and primitive as a concept, but it just hooks you in. Like I can't explain it. It's just it gets you playing.
No, I hear you.
And
That's the same way. That's how I feel about like games like The Messenger, where like that move. That's the best
Messenger,
part.
yeah, that's another one.
That's the best part of that game is the sound. I bought the fucking soundtrack to the game, like
Nice.
because it's like
Yeah,
yeah, it's great.
yeah, and honestly, like my old laptop, I had no business like even putting games on it because Vampire Survivors is so primitive in its presentation. It was one of the few games I could actually get to run on it. And once I heard it was coming to consoles, I was like, okay, I know I'm eventually gonna get it on console, and then it just
Yeah,
finally I was able to do it. And it's cheap. It's like a $5 game, and I think the DLCs range from like $1 to $3. So
I'll take a look. I'm in the middle of
yeah,
like Axiom Verge 1 and 2 right now, which are
oh
fun games.
nice.
Yeah, I love those games.
Yeah, I've been wish listing a lot of stuff on the PlayStation Store because I sub to whatever the middle tier is called. I can't remember the specific name. It seems like there's so much free games offered on it that like I hardly ever have to buy big games anymore. Like I might buy them when they're on sale because like I'll throw like the $50, $60 games on my wish list, and it seems like constantly every few weeks it's like this item on your wish list is 50% off. So I
Yeah,
I bought so many games I haven't played yet because I just grab them when they're cheap and then kind of file them away and say, okay, when I have time I'll get
yeah,
to
I
it.
yeah I asked for like a. They just released a PS5 version of Until Dawn. I asked for that
Oh,
for Christmas.
nice. Hell
Yeah, hope I get
yeah.
that. And Silent Hill
Nice.
too.
Oh,
Yep.
so good. I'm
I,
about halfway through Silent Hill too. Awesome.
how is it?
Oh, it's fucking great.
I
I
mean,
mean, if you liked it the first time, there's
yeah,
no reason not
exactly.
to like
Like
it this
I
time.
remember loving it the first time, and I figure now it's like even better.
Yeah,
Oh,
with the beautiful 4K
oh,
graphics, the updated score, just yeah, it's fucking amazing.
Did you ever play Alan Wake 2?
I never did play the second one. No, I never got around to it. As much as I love the first one, and I loved the first one. I even got the DLC, played through that multiple times, but I just never got around to Wake 2.
Yeah. For me, I'm in the middle of like on PS5, like playing, so I'm deep in that.
Yeah.
Nice.
And plus, with my financial situation, I think Funko Fusion's the first video game I've bought in over a year. So, yeah.
Yeah. The
Well, that
last
tells
game
me
I
where I
bought, the last actual game I bought was that Star Wars fucking, and I still haven't opened it, so I haven't even fucking took a dive into that. But
I just
yeah, that's one day.
one that I just grabbed because it was free with the PlayStation sub. I might actually throw it on today and like start it is Dead Island 2 because like I wanted to get Dead Island 2, but like for the longest time they always would have the I think there's Dead Island and then Riptide, I think.
Riptide,
Those
yep.
yeah, those would be all the ones available, but then I would read the reviews and it's like out of all well, I actually played the OG Dead Island way back when it was first released. But Riptide, they're like, okay, it's kind of like more of the same of the first one, but Dead Island 2 always seemed to have like pretty good reviews. So like that's the one I wanted to get, but it was never the one featured on the free options. But finally, sometime when my PS5 or PS5 was packed up, they must have put it on the free sub. So I grabbed it. So I might start that tonight.
I've played all the Dead Island games, and despite their limitations, I love all of them. Now, the reason I like them is that they're a much slower paced zombie game. This is definitely not Left 4 Dead or even Resident Evil, at least none of the newer Resident Evils. It's kind of more reminiscent of the older Resident Evils where, most of the monsters were a little bit slower. Exactly. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I mean,
I feel like too, like,
Mhm.
so like one game I would call comparable, but it's much more serious in tone is like the Dying Light games. I feel like Dead Island, they're more the entertainment value. Well, it depends what kind of gamer you are. I feel like if you want like the more serious, like oh military, like we're the Marines and heavy artillery and that kind of stuff, Dying Light is better. But to me, Dead Island kind of captures kind of like that satirical, funny kind of like yeah, like you said, like relaxed. Like it's not that there aren't
Yeah,
frantic situations with zombies that you can get yourself into,
sure.
but it's almost like the tongue-in-cheek nature of like the characters and the writing, and you just kind of like laugh at all the carnage that's happening as you're playing through it. Like I like that tone in them, so I've always got a kick out of them.
Yeah, and as far as Dead Island 2 goes, I've actually beaten it with all 6 characters. I've finished the first DLC. I haven't even started the second one. One thing I'll say about Dead Island 2, mechanically, it's almost the exact same game. So if you've ever played a Dead Island game, it's gonna feel familiar, once you get the controller in your hand. But one thing I will say for Dead Island 2 is that it has the most realistic and accurate gore I've ever seen in a video game.
Oh wow.
Like when you start playing it, look at the zombies as you beat them. Like if you hit a zombie in the jaw with a crowbar, their jaw will actually hang loose. It'll hang by like a little bit of skin. If you stab a zombie in the eye, he won't have that eye anymore. It's like it's I've never seen gore this realistic. Because usually it's like, you have a weapon, and if you swipe at their face, like it might show damage on the face, but usually just some blood spray will come out, and like, the zombie's health bar will go down or something if it's a visible health bar. But this one, it's so fucking accurate. You can break their arms, you can break their legs. If you can break their legs, and they'll still keep crawling at you. But it's so goddamn realistic. Yeah, like I said, it is a much slower paced game. So if you're used to games like, Call of Duty or like Call of Duty Zombies or Left 4 Dead, those kind of games, then this one's going to seem really, really slow. But for somebody like us, someone who enjoys herbal pleasures, I think Dead Island is perfect. It's got that great pacing, ridiculous gore, funny characters. The story's not the most compelling in the world. It's a fucking zombie video game. Why would it be? But ultimately, I had a really good time with it. I mean, obviously, I beat it with all 6 hunters. And I'm working on the new hunters that they added because they added 2 more hunters recently. So, yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of life to that game too.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm glad to hear that about like the mechanics of like it reacts and picks up
I
well
love.
the specific damage, because like something I really find fun is being able to do that as like a tactic, like uh take out a zombie's knee and then they fall to the ground, and while they still might be coming after you, it buys you time to like do other
Exactly.
things you might be able to do. I think that's cool because one of my pet peeves, like I guess earlier in like zombie games, is like you attacking their legs would just give them like general damage, but it wouldn't change the way they came after you. And as
Exactly.
far like they'd still be walking or
Yeah.
running, even though you're attacking their legs. So the fact that you're telling me in Dead Island 2, if you hack away at their legs come off and they have to
Yeah.
crawl at you, hell yeah.
Oh, it's awesome. It's so
Oh hell
accurate.
yeah.
And the variety of monsters in this one too is so much cooler. Like there's obviously, it's the third chapter of the franchise now, so they have to up the ante with the amount of monsters and blah blah blah. And obviously the size of the game, since it takes place in LA and not on an island, the game is fucking gigantic. It's huge compared to the previous games. So yeah. Highly recommended, though not for everyone, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Well, we got some good gaming talk in there. Good, cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, now let's get into the downer news segment.
Oh, well, the big news item is, yes, it is
Yeah.
definitely a downer. The passing of beloved Tony Todd. Uh, I had a chance to meet him at a convention briefly, but
I
he
met him last year.
super cool dude.
It was crazy.
You met him last year?
Yeah, he was the nicest dude ever.
Yeah, I've met him. I've met Tony multiple times. Him and Ken Foray, man, like they're big, menacing-looking guys. But when you meet them at a con or wherever you might get a chance to meet them, they're just these big teddy bears. They want to shake your hand. They want to talk to you. I mean, like Tony Todd especially, like he'll ask people, what's your favorite movie of mine or something, and most people go with the standard Candyman or Night of the Living Dead, but man, if you bust out something like Hatchet, he gets all excited and he gets the real animated. So yeah, this was a tough loss, and he was only 69, which the older I get, the more I realize 69 is not that goddamn old. It's only
Yeah.
it's 15 years away for me. So yeah. Way too soon to lose somebody that prolific, somebody who's still working too. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they were planning on putting him in the next Final Destination movie, but
Hell,
that's
he was
probably
the voice of fucking Venom.
and
Yeah.
and on top of everything, he has become my favorite over the last 2 years. Has become my favorite Venom ever. That fucking voice. Ah, my God. I mean, other than Keith David, I don't know what would have been a better voice for Venom than Tony Todd. So yeah, just spectacular. Rest in peace, my friend. You will absolutely be missed, and you definitely left way too soon. Way
Yeah.
too.
I think the first thing I can remember seeing him in was as a kid is the Night of the Living Dead remake, the 1991. And I was so young that I didn't like see it go, oh, that's Tony Todd, because like I was a kid. So
Right.
like, but then like after that, movies like after that,
Lean
then
on me, you're like, there's Tony Todd.
Oh, God. But yeah, then when Candyman came out, then I was actually okay. Now I kind of recognize this guy. Like, okay, he is like in horror movies.
He's in The Crow, like the good version of
Same
The Crow.
year. Yeah, the
Yeah.
same year as Candyman, exactly.
Yep, it sucks too because it just tells you like how, or another example of like how random this kind of thing is. Like,
I told him my favorite movie he was in was Sushi Girl, and he was like, hell yeah.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
I love that. I love that movie. That's a great,
I vaguely
later
remember.
day
I know
Tony
I've
Todd
seen
movie.
it once, but it's been forever.
Him and fucking Luke Skywalker acting with each other, and Luke Skywalker's dressed like Gay Elton John in the movie. It's fucking nuts.
That's hot. That's
Yeah.
hot. And you know what? While we're all depressed anyway, I'll bring another one to the table because this one is more my generation. Obviously, I'm the old man of the show, as I already said. We also lost Jonathan Hayes this week. Jonathan Hayes is most notably known for playing Seymour in the original Little Shop of Horrors.
Yep.
Oh.
Which I adore that film. The original
Roger
Little Shop
Corman
of
actor,
Horrors from
yeah.
1960 is like an annual watch for me. I fucking adore that film. And when I heard that Jonathan passed just this past week, that one, even though he was 95, so it's not like, it was nearly as soon as Tony Todd. But obviously when someone that you grow up loving passes away, even if you never met him, it always hurts. So yeah, rest in peace to Jonathan Hayes as well. Now you get to feed Audrey from a different plane.
Do we have any other news?
Not really. And honestly, I'm okay moving on to the burning question because I think this is going to be a long ass conversation.
Well, hopefully with the new president, we get better like hardcore horror movies.
I don't even know what you're talking about. No idea.
New French extreme movement,
I'm leaving that alone.
Cool.
All right. Well, who has the list pulled up in front of them? Anyone?
Oh boy.
I have the movies list pulled up in front of me.
Yeah, I have
Right.
that list too.
So, you want to give him some background, Mike?
Yeah. So
IGN. You should have knew.
basically, yeah. What we're referring to, it's kind of like something I've had in a back pocket for random episodes where, we would get through what we were watching and we just didn't have news or we didn't have anything particular kind of between the opening segment and the main features. But some episodes we just have enough other stuff that we don't need to like add in something here. But it's this because we don't have much genre news. I was like, okay, I just started looking around. I didn't even specifically go out. I think I just scrolled by it on like the IGN Instagram account and it happened to be there. So then I researched a little more and they had I think, is it top 25? Is that what
25.
it is?
25. Yeah.
25. Are we doing the horror
Yes.
top 25 horror movies?
Yeah, let's
Yes.
do that. I have it up.
Okay. And obviously, a lot of these titles are going to be familiar to people. We're not going to have an in-depth
25 is
discussion
really
on each
50.
movie, but
Yeah,
we're not going to have an
25
in-depth
is
discussion on each one. Though,
Yeah. All right. So just to, let you, to add a little bit more background to this, obviously this is coming from IGN, which is not a horror specific content creator. What
They
happens?
give shitty reviews and then give them games 8 out of 10.
Exactly. Well, what happens is every October, a lot of outlets like IGN, like Watch Mojo, like, whatever plethora of YouTube channels that don't usually concentrate on horror, they'll put out a list every October of, favorite horror villain or favorite horror movie or favorite Halloween movie, whatever the case may be. And this year, Mike shared with us the fact that IGN on their Instagram account shared a couple of different lists. One is the top 25 horror movies of all time. Another one, which we might not get a chance to talk about on this episode, but it will be discussed, is top 30 horror villains, which is a whole nother list altogether. But like I said, I've got the movie list pulled up, so let's go ahead and go with it. And I'll go backwards, obviously, so we can have that argument about why this movie doesn't belong here or why that movie doesn't belong above this.
so before we start,
This list is all over the fucking place.
Yeah, I was
though.
gonna say
really
before we get into the list itself, I'll ask two questions because to me there's enough like well-known like what are referred to by most as like classics that I don't have an
Hello?
issue with most.
Well, they gave up dating Rosemary's Baby.
Well, I don't have an issue with most of the titles in here. I mean, obviously we're gonna say should it be this high or low, but there is one
Yeah,
that
me
I
too.
consider total blasphemy that it's on this list, and what they I guess omitted because they put this one on there instead. But we'll get to that when we get to
Oh,
it.
okay. We
Oh,
might be
boy.
talking about a different movie then. All right. Well, same with me. There's one movie on this movie that I think is absolutely egregious and should not be in the top 25, should not be in anybody's top 25, but we'll get to it when we get to it. So, coming in at number 25, it is Scream, the original Scream, of course, with Drew Barrymore and everybody else, Skeet Ulrich, Matthew Lillard, blah, 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 blah. Now, obviously, I'm not going to argue Scream appearing on this list because ultimately for what it did. It brought people back to the theaters to watch horror in the mid 90s at a time when horror was maybe in a little bit of a decline. Scream kind of kick-started that kind of youthful high school / college oriented horror film, slasher, I Know What You Did Last Summer, urban legend, blah, 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 blah. So historically, I give Scream all the credit that it deserves. For me personally, what you guys have to realize is that for me personally, Scream is not my movie. I was almost 30 years old when the first Scream movie came out. So I'm not the target audience for any of the Scream movies. And I understand that. I recognize that I'm not the target market. So for me, Scream, the original Scream wouldn't even sniff my top 25. I don't think it would sniff my top 50, honestly. Even though I still recognize it as a great film. I like a lot of it. I like the performances. I like the story. Skeet and Matthew are awesome. But like I said, I just don't revere it the way that 90s kids do. But I'm not going to argue it being on this list. What do you guys think?
I'll go. So I was 16 when it came out. So in theory, demographics wise, I was probably right in the heart of the demographics for this. The problem is I wasn't like your average 16-year-old horror fan. Like if I would say your average 16-year-old horror fan would be like, oh, this is like my generation's whatever. This is the greatest thing. And I understand that, but for me, like I had already been consuming like slashers that I was too young for in the 80s. I lived at the video store as a kid. So when Scream came out, I kind of had like a mixed reaction because I was like, okay, it's well made. Like I'll be honest, I've actually warmed up to the first Scream over the years. Like when it first came out, I was kind of like lukewarm on it because I was like, okay, there's good elements in this, but I did not like that Scream seemed to focus on like the cast. Like they went after, let's put all these recognizable actresses in here. Drew Barrymore, I didn't mind because of the way the opening scene went. I was like, oh, that's perfect. Like that and a perfect. But I wasn't a fan of like, well, let's just pull all the young hot, not hot as in like looks hot, but like the it people.
Let's put the Party of Five girl in here.
Yes, yeah, Party of Five or whatever the other teen shows. I wasn't a fan of that. Where
Friends.
There are people that like that in their slasher movie. Like that's a big part of 90s slashers, and obviously Scream itself. If you look at the
art style,
if you look at the original Scream in a vacuum, I don't necessarily want to penalize Scream itself for it, but it did kind of create the aftermath of like now every damn slasher movie has to be about like let's put pop stars and all these recognizable faces, and it kind of became about that rather than the story or other elements. But I would say top 25, I don't know, Fringe maybe. It would definitely be my top 50. I'll give it that, but 25, even for me, I would say it's a little fringe for my top 25. You, Derek?
So I was 10 when this movie came out, so it was kind of more my sister's movie. I kind of lean like this might be weird. I actually prefer Urban Legend because it's a little bit more fun in my opinion because of the whole urban legend idea around it, and it has some kind of cooler kills in that sense too, with the pop rock kills. That was kind of fun watching that for the first time, and it was just more fun for me. But anyways, I like the setting more too. It's kind of like this private school setting, which kind of added to the atmosphere of the movie. It kind of had a better atmosphere too, per se, than Scream. But Scream's still a fun movie. Like I watched it later on in life, like growing up and shit. And I had fun with it still. Like my favorite kill in the first Scream is Rose McGowan gets her head stuck in the fucking garage door. That was pretty funny when I first saw it because the dummy looks fucking funny as fuck on rewatch. But anyways, I have no problem with it being on this list because, well, this list is kind of basic as fuck, to be honest. But
Yeah, it is IGN after all.
yeah,
Exactly. It's a non-horror site, so you got to take that into account.
yeah, like it's fine. Like it wouldn't be in my personal 25, but I wouldn't have no problem if nobody had it in there for 25 either. It's still a banger of a movie, especially it has the Fonz in it. You can't hate the Fonz.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah,
All right.
and like I said, I think I've actually come up on it because there was a period like in the wake of Scream that I held a grudge against it for the '90s style slasher. Because like even like when when Halloween H2O came out,
Oh, it's the
I was
worst
like
one.
I was like,
Fucking.
why are they making a Halloween movie like a '90s style slasher? This is
Then
terrible, and
then
I blamed Scream for it.
yeah, then you find out Kevin Williamson was the ghostwriter, so it's
Yeah,
even more
exactly.
All right, cool. Let's move on. I don't know that we can spend this much time with every movie since there's 25 of them, but we'll try to
You
be as
never
quick as
know.
possible. All right, coming in at number 24, it is the original Nosferatu from 1922. Once again, I'm not going to argue that choice. It probably would not be in my top 25, but it is an incredibly influential movie. I mean, it literally influences every vampire movie that came out after it, including the original Dracula movie. Now, obviously, a lot of people out there know the story that this was supposed to be an adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula, but Bram Stoker's widow would not give, what was his name? F.W. Murnau would not give him permission to actually use the Dracula title, and she actually sued him to stop the release of this movie because basically, he did what any good businessman would do. He changed all the names, but he didn't change anything about the story. The movie is still basically intact as it was filmed. They just went ahead and they changed Count Dracula to Count Orlok. They changed Jonathan to a different character. They changed Mina to a different character's name, but it's still basically an adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula. But like I said, because it was the first, it's so fucking influential. I'm not going to say that it objectively is great and that it belongs in the top 25, but there are some haunting images in this movie that, to this day are still fucking terrifying. And of course, as we all know, we're getting yet another remake of Nosferatu later this year from Robert Eggers. So I obviously am holding out hope that that's going to be awesome because the last great Nosferatu adaptation was probably the Klaus Kinski one, which was like 1976 or something. So it's been a while.
That's my favorite.
I love that movie. Absolutely adore it. But yeah, Nosferatu. What do you got, guys?
I can't argue it either. Like for a silent movie, it's not like my favorite silent movie, but I like say something like maybe like a Phantom's Carriage or like even like a
wow.
What the fuck? Yeah, I like Phantom's
You just
Carriage.
Named my favorite silent horror movie. I adore the Phantom Carriage. That's
or Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. I even prefer more over this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean that's also when it comes into play when like you're not sure like the exact methodology that they came into making the list because like if we're talking cultural relevance, like sure Nosferatu being like one of the earliest and possibly influential, it's justified in having the spot. Me personally, it probably wouldn't be on my top 25, but I get it. But at the same time, it could just be IGN being lazy and being like, well, it's a name that everyone knows.
We're gonna add the silent movie on this list somewhere. Let's just add this one.
Exactly. All right. Now, coming in at number 23 is the movie that sparked a 20-minute conversation of multiple podcasters slinging shit back and forth at each other in the No More Room in Hell.
I walked into and read it all later.
Yeah.
I'm like, thank God I missed this.
Just to give you some backstory, there is someone who I won't name names, though anyone who knows us probably knows who I'm talking about. There is a certain podcaster who was very upset that Scream was so low in the top 25, and she started slinging shit about the Blair Witch Project, which is a movie that I fucking adore. I absolutely love that movie, and I understand that a lot of people don't like it. And by the way, I just spoiled number 23. It is, of course, the Blair Witch Project. For me, like I said, I've said this before on podcasts, and I'll say it again right now. If you're the kind of person that walks into the movie theater, sits in your seat, and folds your arms, and just like challenges the movie to scare you, it's going to fail every fucking time. You can't walk into the theater with the mentality of challenging these movies. What you need to do, or what I like to do, is to give yourself up to the movie. Let yourself be scared. You have to allow yourself to be scared. And with the Blair Witch Project, it's a aside from any of the witch stuff, getting lost in the woods is fucking terrifying. It's happened to me. I don't know how many people listening to my voice right now have ever had that happen, where you literally lose track of where the fuck you are. You're by yourself. You don't know what to do. Then, in my case, I just kind of stumbled out of the woods into an area that I recognized. And, I was only missing for a few hours. But ultimately, this movie works for me because I allow myself to be scared. I see these kids, how they mentally start to break down because of just walking in circles in the woods. They attack each other. One of them kicks the map into the river, blah, blah, blah. It's like before we even get to any horror, I am already on edge. And for whatever it's worth, this movie worked for me. Now, a lot of people talk about the marketing, that this movie was more about marketing than the quality of the film. I agree that the marketing for this movie was great, but I also don't agree that the quality doesn't match that marketing. I fucking think that these performances, obviously, like I said, if you're the kind of person that challenges movies, you probably look at these three kids as idiots and you're probably just laughing at them the whole time, and the movie never gets scary. I understand that. But like I said, if you let yourself get into the movie, let yourself go on the journey that the director wants you to go on, you may find yourself actually being on edge from horror content that normally wouldn't. So for those of you who hate the Blair Witch Project, fine. I'm not going to argue with you. You have every valid reason to hate it, or hopefully you have valid reasons to hate it. But I walked out of that theater the first time. I think I saw it in theaters 4 times. I bought the Blu-ray right away when it was released. I fucking love the Blair Witch Project, and it is 100% in my top 25. Now, I got a feeling that I'm probably the highest on this movie, because it seems like anytime this movie comes up in conversation, I'm the highest on it. So go ahead, gentlemen. Blair Witch Project.
I would say I'm sympathetic to the idea that the marketing campaign at the time helped opinions of the movie, because it was very much earlier in the internet era. There was a lot of people that weren't sure if it was they were going to the theater to see something real or not. I never thought that. Maybe just because I was an early adopter of the internet and understood I was already fully immersed in what the internet was as an entity.
The Blair Witch Project website was open a year before the movie came out. If you literally just Googled it, you would have gotten to the website and you would have seen how they had all that documentation on there and paperwork and blah, blah, blah.
Dude,
on
they
top
made
of the
a fake
fact that,
fucking documentary. It's fucking nuts.
That's what I mean. The second time that I saw Blair Witch in the theater, some guy walked out of the theater and he was yelling at us saying, "How can you people be so stupid and believe this?" And literally I yelled at him, "Dude, it's a work of fiction. Fuck off." And I don't think he understood that this was a fiction movie. He bought into the marketing. The marketing was effective if you didn't do your research. But if you went on, like I said, that website was open a full year, and I'm not exaggerating, folks, a full year before that movie hit theaters in 1998. The Blair Witch website was open. On top of the fact that right before the movie came out in theaters, there was a documentary called The Curse of the Blair Witch that aired on the Sci-Fi Channel. If you watch that documentary, at the end of the documentary, when they show the credits, it's all actors. Every single person that's in the documentary is credited as an actor. It's got their character name and then the actor's name. So it's literally the makers of the Blair Witch Project in no way, shape, or form were trying to trick the general public into believing that this was real. If you bought into the marketing and didn't do your research, then, I'm sorry for you. I really am. But ultimately, they never once made the claim that it was a documentary, that it was a real film of actual found footage that was found in the woods. Never once did they make that claim. And I've gotten into arguments with podcasters who claim that, oh yeah, they absolutely marketed it as a documentary. And I just laugh in my head, because it's like, your memory is not very good. I mean, don't forget, 1998, we're talking, what, 26 years ago. And
yeah. And
forget
I also think that there's something to be said, like, for people, I guess I would say for younger folks watching, like going back and watching Blair Witch, because watching it now in a world, like in a post found footage market of movies, you might see it as kind of like basic compared to like what we get out of found footage now. But at the time, it was like a pretty new concept. I know technically it's not the first found footage movie. I'm not making that claim, but like a big mainstream release in theaters with the hype
it was fucking
behind
huge.
it. Yeah, it was huge. And like people went to the theater generally like unsure about what they were about to see. And I thought it was effective. I loved it. I love the lore created before they even get into the woods, and I love how they follow through on the little tidbits from the townsfolk. Like, to me, it was just a well-crafted story. Yeah.
Incredibly well made. Even how they made it, where there wasn't an actual script. Like the directors, because there was 2 directors on the original Blair Witch Project, they basically just gave their actors general instructions. Like they said, okay, at this point, Mike is going to say that he kicked the map into the river, and I want you guys to just react. So this movie has no script, and I fucking love that. I think maybe a lot of people don't recognize how this movie was made, and, you know, like I said, some people are just not going to like it. They're going to think it's dull. They're going to think it's slow. They're going to think it's stupid because of these 3 characters that we're following through the entirety of the film. But like I said, in 1998, this movie fucking terrified me, and that final shot fucking floored me. I absolutely fucking loved it. Like I said, multiple time watch in the theater. I've owned it on every iteration it's ever been released. I'm waiting for a 4K. So yeah, I like I said, I understand that people don't like it, and I will never try to change anyone's mind on it. Your opinion is just as valid as mine, but like I said, this sparked a kind of heated conversation between podcasters in our chat. And it's kind of too bad, because I'd like to think that podcasters in their 30s and 40s would be a little bit more open-minded to movies that they don't like. Like when I hear a 38-year-old podcaster say that a movie is shit and then not give me a valid reason why, it automatically invalidates your opinion, and I automatically don't care about your opinion. I don't even want to hear anymore. Like, you're a fucking 38-year-old person. Speak to me like an adult and give me a valid reason why you do not like this movie. And ultimately, you don't even have to. We don't even have to get into that conversation. But if you're going to be the one to start the conversation, you damn well better defend yourself. And that kind of didn't happen in this conversation. So I walked away feeling good about myself. Anyway, back to you guys.
Damn. Imagine.
All right, so that's it on Blair Witch. I think we've beaten that horse to death already.
I'll give my quick opinion.
Yeah, please.
I like the Blair Witch. Like, well, I was a kid, like 98 when this came out. I was actually in summer camp, and it was big. We were talking about it with the counselors. And so we have an overnight sometimes, so we were in a fucking tent. And the council decided, hey, let's do the Blair Witch on these kids. And they started doing like like even in the trailer back in the day, the tent started to move and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? So yeah, that is fucking scary because it happened to me.
Yeah.
So
I'm telling you,
yeah, it worked.
Everybody who says the Blair Witch Project isn't scary, I defy them to let themselves get into that situation. Go to a set of woods that you don't recognize, walk about an hour into those woods, get yourself nice and lost, and then tell me that shit ain't fucking scary. It's really easy to sit in your seat in the theater and say this isn't scary, but put yourself in that situation, and I guarantee most of those people would have been scared. So there it is. Let's move on. Okay, now, number 22. This is my egregious choice. I 100% believe that this movie should not be on this list. I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback on this one. Maybe not from my co-host, but from somebody. So coming in at number 22, it is the original Dracula, starring Bela Lugosi from 1931. Now, before I give my opinion on the movie, let me say Bela Lugosi is an absolute master at playing Dracula. He defined what we know as a vampire. Even though we don't get a lot of Dracula-style vampires anymore, he kind of defined what a cinematic vampire is. So the original Dracula movie to me is all about Bela Lugosi and his performance. But, and I'm sorry to have to say this, my friends, the original Dracula movie is objectively a bad movie. It is not a good film. The writing is terrible. The pacing is awful. The ending is atrocious. The way that they ended the original Dracula, it leaves you angry. Like, is that really the fucking ending? What the hell? So, yeah, to me, once again, I understand that the original Dracula is an incredibly influential movie. It was the first Universal monster movie. It started its own genre. It literally gave us potentially the most prolific horror villain of all time. I mean, what horror villain has been portrayed in cinema more than Dracula? You know what I mean? So I will give it its props for its historical place, but I'm sorry, the movie is not good. And anyone who owns the original Dracula on Blu-ray, watch the Spanish version. The Spanish version is head and shoulders better. And the reason that it's better is because basically the Spanish version and the American version were shot at the exact same time, literally on the same sets. What they would do is the American production team would shoot first in the morning. Then, after a full day of work, the Spanish team would then come in and work over the evening. But the Spanish team would be able to watch the American team and what they were doing, and they were able to improve on their mistakes. Like, they would see things that they would do during their production shoot and be like, oh, I think we could do this a little bit better. And guess what, my friends? They fucking did, because the Spanish version is so much better. Admittedly, it's not Bela Lugosi, and he's not, the guy who plays Dracula is not nearly what Bela Lugosi is to the role. But as an overall movie, Spanish version, way better. And I will vehemently say this movie does not belong anywhere near the top 25 or the top 50. It barely would hit my top 100 if we're talking about the quality of the film alone. Obviously, Bela Lugosi's influence on cinema and, vampire culture is immeasurable, and I recognize this, but I'm sorry, there's nothing anyone can say that would get me to change my mind and say that the original Dracula is a quote-unquote good movie. So I'll leave it at that. Gentlemen, what do you got on the original Dracula?
I'll go first. I agree that it has its shortcomings, but it's also due to the time period, because it's pretty much one of the first movies that uses sound too. It's still like in that period where Todd Browning, the director, he was a silent movie director, so he didn't have to worry about this shit back in the day. So he's still getting used to it. Where he kind of improves on it with like Freaks, his next movie after this, which unfortunately that's one of the movies that kind of ruined his career too.
Yeah.
In that sense.
It's so weird.
But yeah, but I do like the thing that always bothered me about like, the original Dracula. It barely has any score, which kind of hurts it, because those scenes where it's supposed to have tension, like I actually like, even like the Spanish version is pretty great, but actually Philip Glass, the composer, did like a score with Kronos Quartet, which is also on the Blu-ray release, where you could play that version of Dracula. Way better experience.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'll check that out.
Yeah, if you know Philip Glass, he's the guy who did the music for Candyman, and Kronos Quartet did like the music for like Requiem for a Dream. Combine those two, and you get a good, cool score. But yeah, I it's not one of my favorite. It's not even like my favorite of the Draculas. Like I think like the sequels, like Son of Dracula and Dracula's Daughter, are kind of more interesting than the original Dracula in that sense. But not my favorite like Universal monster character Like I don't really follow the best like I'm not giving like Bela Lugosi. Like I have a still on my wall of him as Dracula and Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, and he should have won a fucking Oscar for playing Dracula in that movie. He was fucking awesome in that movie. But
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
no, I was gonna say yeah, I it wouldn't be like I Venom said, probably not in my top, barely in my top 100, but I still like parts about like Bela Lugosi. Like if you want to just watch, like maybe check out like White Zombie or even like Island of Lost Souls.
Yes.
I tend to agree with you, Venom. I think this is probably on here because of its cultural relevance, because it's not even like one of my favorite of the Universal horror movies. Like I would put at least
the very
3 ahead of
following
it.
year, they did Frankenstein, which is head and shoulders better than Dracula as far as filmmaking goes. So
And it shares some of the same actors too, which is kind of like they
yeah,
even better performances than that,
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's got to be. I'm assuming it's just because of the iconic performance of Bela Lugosi, and maybe they're not considering the movie itself, and they're just saying, "Hey, Dracula, iconic Bela Lugosi. It has to have a spot."
Yeah. It's influential still. Like even like movies like Abigail today borrow heavily from that version of Dracula using the Swan Lake in the opening.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's why I won't argue the movie appearing on this list because of its influence. Same thing with like something like Scream or Nosferatu. Because of what they did for the genre, I am okay with them being on here. They probably wouldn't be in my top 25, but again, that's just a difference of opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 21, nice and easy, Running Zombies, 28 Days Later. I actually prefer 28 Weeks Later, but that's just me. But I also understand that 28 Days Later being the first of the Danny Boyle zombie movies, or, infected horde movies, however you want to consider it, kind of set the standard for, the running zombie and just, where the zombie and / infected genre was going to go from here. I mean, you could see connective tissue between this movie and stuff like The Sadness that just came out a couple of years ago. So, again, not in my top 25, but I won't argue its position here. What do you guys think?
In mine, it's one of my favorites. It's probably because it was my age, like I'm a little bit my age group, and I remember going to see this in theaters and completely being blown away by like the vast like dread, like that opening scene. Hello, it kind of reminds me of the first time I seen like Day of the Dead in that sense, where it borrows a lot from like the Romero verse and like its characterization, like the whole like thing that happens to Brendan Gleeson in the movie. It fucking hits when it happens because I like fucking Brendan Gleeson. He's a nice guy. He's feel bad for the situation. But I do agree, Venom. I do also love 28 Weeks Later. I prefer it's kind of like this movie is Alien, and 28 Weeks Later is Alien because it ups the ante, especially that opening. Yeah.
That's what I mean. I love that opening. Like, as much as I love the opening of 28 Days, I prefer the opening of 28 Weeks. Like, it's it's something about the emotional punch, especially what it becomes later in the film. So good.
But also I might add that it's kind of funny because if you don't know, this movie's not. It's kind of mind blowing because this movie's not even original. Because there's this movie from the 80s called Primal Rage, where it's about the same thing. A monkey gives everybody zombie virus. It's fucking nuts. It's fucking insane.
That monkey's got rage. Rage.
Oh yeah,
it's rage.
That monkey's got rage.
So yeah, for me, I like both 28 Days and 28 Weeks Later, and I guess we're getting 28 years. They skipped months, but then the new one is coming.
Yeah.
I'll go against you guys. I think I haven't seen either one in a while. I like them both, but I do think I remember liking 28 Days Later a little better. But one thing I like about it, and I appreciate
Alex Garland too. Alex Garland's no fucking slouch in writing.
Well, something I appreciate about it versus a lot of like the trend to go with like Fast Zombies is I feel like 28 Days Later has a good justification for why
It
they're.
builds its own world.
Well,
of
it's a
zombies.
literal rage virus. They're not. I mean, I know
Yeah,
the
they're
whole
not
are they
technically
zombies or are they
they're like
not?
infected. They're
But
like it's
yeah,
kind of
I've
like
never
that thing where like
understood fast zombies if they're actually zombies. It's never made sense to me. But
Yeah.
this is a actual virus infecting the body. They're technically not even dead. They just have this, that you can't go back from the virus, but they're not
Sure.
dead. So it was a good justification to make Rage. Because I feel like 28 Days Later started a trend where then you started seeing like standard zombie movies, but let's just make them like rage monster zombies.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I just thought the story in this was good. I like the European setting, a lot different from like what we were getting from zombie movies at the time. And I like the characters. I like the kind of the
Cillian Murphy, like
small,
his
the
first
small
movie, his
cast.
big movie, like
Yep. And
Yeah.
and I like the set pieces. I like the land that they travel, going different places, and I like the familiarness, but also the newness. It had elements of both for people that were like zombie
yeah,
fans going in.
like even like the slow stuff with like their day riding. It feels very like Dawn of the Dead, where you get to know the characters as they're doing their journey, which I kind of like that aspect of it. And so when they do go, it hits, that aspect. Yeah,
Mhm.
28, like 28 days later, it's like that was a great experience. I even stayed to watch the fucking alternate ending, which sucked. So I'm glad they didn't
Yeah.
go with that ending.
All right, let's keep going here. Number 20, we're looking at Jeff Goldblum's The Fly, not the original, but the
Must go
remake from
faster.
1984. No arguments here. I think this is a body horror masterpiece. I love every performance in it. The fact that they've got two A-list actors in a body horror genre film just it elevates the performances so much to see like Oscar winning actors or at least Oscar nominated actors in a genre film. Obviously the effects second to none. I mean, maybe The Thing might be a little bit better, more realistic, whatever adjective you want to go with, but goddamn, the transformation in The Thing, so painful because it's so slow and you get to see every stage of it. And then when you get to see the final stage, it's just an absolute Lovecraftian nightmare. I fucking love it. So yeah, no arguments with The Fly. How about you guys?
Man, I love the first time I seen this, it's fucking gross. Like some of the Brundle's fucking Museum of Wonders. I'm like, ooh, that's like what the fuck is that? What I think it is in that draw? Like wow, weird. But yeah, I love The Fly. It's kind of like a interesting piece because you could do this as a stage play because pretty much you have like you're only three main characters: Gina Davis, Jeff Goldblum, and John Getz are primarily the cast, and it's kind of interesting that like you do have some side characters here and there, like there's a whole bar sequence or arm wrestling match happens, that iconic scene, but other than that, you could play this like as a stage play. I would go see the Fly live and stage with like fucking like a giant Brundle fly puppet. That'd be awesome, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely no issue here. I mean, this is like way up in my list. It's super entertaining, super gross, super everything you want out of a body horror movie. Love it.
Absolutely. Definitely. All right, moving on. Number 19. Now, this is going to be the first movie that I'm going to make the statement that I think this is a little low on the list because, A, this is my number one werewolf movie of all time, and it currently sits in my top 10 of horror films of all time, of my favorite horror films of all time. And I am, of course, talking about An American Werewolf in London. I can't say enough good things about this movie. The fact that this is one of the best werewolf movies ever, but still to give us so much more than just the werewolf action. You got the dead friend who's constantly harping at David. You've got the dream sequence, that fucking iconic dream sequence that people are still trying to decipher to this day. So, and obviously great performances, and the shower scene doesn't hurt either, because that nurse was pretty damn good looking.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, American Werewolf in London, it's the first one that I'm going to say is coming in a little bit low. I believe it's my number 8 or 9 of all time as of right now. And again, I'm not saying that I'm right and they're wrong. It's just my personal opinion. This is the best werewolf movie ever made, and potentially one of the best horror movies ever made. So, on to you guys. What do you think?
Well, I would have a lot of werewolf movies in my top 25, I think, because it's one of my favorite subgenres. Where go? I don't know. I'm more of a howling guy, but that's just me. I just kind of like the look of the werewolves better, but that's just me. But overall, I have no problem with it being on this list whatsoever. I love the American Werewolf in London as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that and the Howling. I've both called each one my favorite over the years because they're so close to me because they're so different, but they're both so well made. I think one of the reasons I tend to favor the Howling more recently, or just overall, because I just love bipedal. Like, to me, there's something different between like a wolf man and like a wolf. And I think to me bipedal just comes off a little scarier, but I don't know, they're just so well done. Like, you can't really, well, you can, but I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I would accept arguments for either one being better than the other.
Hey, I have a fucking American Werewolf in London wolf fucking NECA tiny terror, so I know.
Nice.
I still love it, you know.
I've got the full size one, the full size NECA werewolf. Yeah, I love that. Like I said, my favorite werewolf movie. I also love The Howling. I do, and I will agree with Mike that the bipedal werewolf is maybe a little bit more terrifying if you see it like on the street approaching you or whatever. But like I said, just overall, American Werewolf, I just find it to be slightly better written, better performed than The Howling. The Howling is a solid top 3 werewolf movie. I will not, or take that away from it. I do love that movie, and it's practically an annual watch for me. In fact, I'm going to be talking about it on the podcast Under the Stairs, Horror Head to Head. So I actually get to review that movie for the first time, so that should be fun. But yeah, American Werewolf at 19. Good choice, good spot. Maybe I would put it higher, but that's just me. Okay. Now, next, this is going to be the most surprising movie on the list for me because I personally adore this film. What's funny is we're actually moving from my favorite werewolf movie of all time to my favorite vampire movie of all time. But because I never hear people speak as highly about this movie as, the way that I revere it. I mean, I adore every second of this film. I love the characters in it. I love the 2 main characters, their relationship, everything about it. So coming in at number 18, it is Let the Right One In, coming to us from Finland, 2008. And or is it Iceland? Shit. It's one of those. Sorry. It's Finland or Iceland. Anyway.
Nordic country.
Yeah,
I think it's like Sweden.
Is it Sweden actually? Shit, I'm wrong altogether.
Or Norwegian. It's either Sweden. It's one of those countries.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, but yeah, either way, like I said, just I adore this film, even though it's not jam packed with vampire action. The relationship between Oscar and Ellie, I could watch 5 hours of them, just kind of growing up together, and literally, if they were to do another movie. That starts right from the end of this one on the train with Oscar and Ellie leaving on the train, I would fucking love it. Like I said, absolutely adore this film. Every shot in this movie is a fucking work of art. I could literally take any random frame from this movie and make it a poster on my wall, and I would be happy with it. Like I said, I fell in love with Ellie the first time I saw this movie. This movie I got to review with Bo Ransdell on his show, The Dark Parade. And man, we gushed over this movie because goddamn, I love this movie. I love this movie so much that I will never watch the American remake, despite Bo telling me that I should watch it because it's not a bad, not a bad Americanized remake. I, on principle, will never watch it. Why would I watch a remake of a movie that was already done perfectly the first time? So I will leave it at that. My absolute, by a mile, my favorite vampire movie is Let the Right One In. So off to you guys.
I have actually never seen Let Me In either. And the funny thing is, like, when it was first announced and it was first released, it was kind of for the same reason as you. I was like, why do I need to see it? Like, I just, it was more of like a low priority. Like, I wasn't refusing to watch it. It just was, I wasn't interested. But as the years gone by, I still like, I'm still of the opinion of like, I'm not refusing to watch it. It's just never come up that I felt compelled to. Like, I'm sure eventually one day there's going to be a reason that I need to throw it on, whether it's for a podcast or who knows, maybe my kids want to watch it. And I'm like, okay. But like, I've just never sat down because there's always just other movies that I want to watch, and I've never felt like the need to see it.
I hear you guys.
Yeah, and anybody who's never seen Let the Right One In, it pairs very well with The White Reindeer, which is a movie that we did on this very show a couple of years ago, at least, probably like 3 or 4 years ago, actually. But yeah,
my picks.
Yeah, that's right. And that was a first time watch for me, and I fucking love that movie. The White Reindeer is goddamn awesome. And I see a lot of connective tissue between that and something like Let the Right One In. So yeah, it makes sense that I adore this movie as much as I do. So there you go. Let the Right One In, 18. Number 17, another movie that I feel should be a little bit higher on the list because it is actually in my current top 10. I believe it is my number 7 favorite horror movie of all time. This is Dario Argento's Suspiria from 1977, which... what can I say about this movie that thousands of podcasters and movie critics haven't already said? This movie is a fucking masterpiece, not just a masterpiece of storytelling, but a masterpiece of filmmaking. Everybody talks, constantly talks about the color theory of this movie. And there's not a lot of movies out there where you could talk about their color theory, but yeah, the Suspiria is one of them. So, long story short, I adore this film. I just saw it in theaters for its 40th anniversary a few years ago. I got to see it at the Academy Awards Theater with a new beautiful 4K transfer, so it was amazing. So yeah, Suspiria, no arguments from me. What do you guys got?
I love it. Fuck yeah. That's all. Yeah,
other than the fact that it would probably be higher on my list, I don't have any.
Yeah, I would probably be higher on my list too, to be honest. But yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Next on the list, number 16. This is one that I'm going to have a little bit of an issue with because it is a remake, but I feel like it's a remake of a far superior film.
Oh, I think this is the one I'm talking about.
Oh, good. I'm glad then, because we'll have the same argument. Coming in at number 16, it is Dawn of the Dead 2004. It is the remake of Dawn of the Dead. What is it? Zack Snyder's remake of Dawn of the Dead, not the original James Gunn. I'm sorry, James Gunn. Not the original Dawn of the Dead, which is literally my favorite zombie movie of all time. It is the best Romero movie. The social commentary in the original Dawn of the Dead is so thick. You could have a 5-hour conversation just about that without even talking about zombies or bikers or anything else. So this is another one. I understand that a lot of the younger horror audience are going to appreciate this one a little bit more. It's slicker. There's always the argument of the zombies looking oddly green in the original Dawn of the Dead, which never really bothered me. But again, it seems to bother some younger horror audiences. But yeah, there it is. Number 16, Dawn of the Dead 2004. What do you guys got?
Fucking blasphemy is what I got. When I first looked over this list and I saw this sitting there, I was like, okay, I'm gonna right off the bat, I disagreed. It's nowhere near my top 25, but I was like, okay, if this is the first movie or only movie on the list where they have the remake, but the original is also on the list, but somewhere higher, then I would at least say, okay, they're saying the remake is really good, but at least they're saying the OG is like better. And then when I got through the list and I couldn't find the OG, I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Like, I don't care if you like the remake, like there's arguments and whatever, you can like the remake. It is in no way, shape, or form better than the original. In no way. It's
No way.
That's why I say
Yeah.
it's blasphemy.
No Mackay
absolutely.
Pfeiffer
Go
baby
ahead, Derek.
zombies.
Because I could rant for a long time on this, but I'll just leave it at that in the name of time getting through the list.
Honestly, the only part of this movie that I like still on rewatch is the opening, and then after that, it turns into like a very cartoon fucking
Kind of. Yeah.
Mackay Pfeiffer with his pregnant Russian wife that has a zombie
Yeah.
baby.
The
You're
zombie.
exactly right,
That's what I
Derek.
mean. The zombie baby instantly puts this movie below the original.
And
It's like,
then you have Michael
just-
Kelly throwing fucking propane tanks up on fire at fucking zombies.
Yeah,
I mean,
agree,
I will
Derek.
fully
The
admit-
opening is the opening to me is the one part that holds up on repeat viewings.
Yeah. And there's other set pieces in the movie that actually work for me, like the one that Derek was just talking about. I actually do kind of like that scene, the buses driving through the sea of zombies. And then this is the movie that has the credit sequence, right? When they get to the island and while the credits are playing.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I also really like that. Like that's actually one of my favorite end credit sequences of a horror movie ever. I think they did such a great job with that because it gives us that closing that maybe a lot of other zombie movies where the last few survivors get away, we don't find out, well, where are they getting away to? And in this one, they give it to us. So yeah. I will give it that.
And it comes from like two directors, like Zack Snyder, who went on to fucking every superhero movie do slow-mo now, but then James Gunn, who I actually love as a director and as a filmmaker, where it's the it gave us those two guys that kind of influenced like the last like 20 years of movies in a way to me in different ways, so I like some of his other, like I still love 300. That's one of my. I can't watch it though because without laughing at it because I see Meet the Spartans.
Yeah, no, it's valid.
I think about it,
all right. Next on the list is one that I know Mike will be interested in. This is number 15, and of course, this is the original A Nightmare on Elm Street. I almost said Night of the Living Dead. A Nightmare on Elm Street, 1984. I mean, this is another movie that, I absolutely adore. I actually hadn't seen it for a few years before last October. For last year's, 30, 31, and 31. I watched the original Nightmare for the first time in a few years and had completely forgotten how fucking amazing that first movie is. It is potentially the only truly scary Nightmare on Elm Street movie. I almost said it again.
Hey, Tina, watch this.
Yeah, just like every kill is brutal, every scene is tense. Like there's still comedy in it, yes, but it's like that. It's kind of like that uncomfortable chuckle. Like something made you laugh, but you're still in a tense situation, so you don't want to laugh out loud necessarily. That first movie is, I mean, if they never made another Nightmare on Elm Street movie, if it didn't become a franchise, this would still be a fucking elite masterpiece. I absolutely love this film. Robert Englund, Heather Langenkamp, obviously.
Jack Sparrow.
Jack Sparrow. Yeah, Johnny Depp in a very, very early role.
John Saxon.
John Saxon, yes, a man who actually survived fighting Bruce Lee, go figure. So overall, great movie. I'm sure Mike's got some stuff to say, so I'll shut up.
It's let's see. Yeah, like looking back, I don't know because man, it's been so long since I've even like talked about like and tried to rank all my slashers. It's probably my favorite out of like the big three, but it's like I've seen so many slasher movies now. I don't know if I would put it as my number one, but I grew up a Freddy guy. Like, and it's weird to say that because like I still love Friday the 13th. I still love like the early Halloween movies. I love I love them all, but for whatever reason it was Freddy Krueger, or just maybe it's the concept of nightmares. It just resonated with me as a kid, and it it almost felt like, okay, we're up, like an up at the ante moment where like it took things to a new level, but it could have been my age and when I saw it compared to like the other slashers. So I've just always been a fan. I think it's just so well done. I love the kind of guerrilla filmmaking nature to the first one when you actually like watch the, not even a documentary, but like the featurettes, how primitive some of the special effects were actually processed and done compared to like what you see now. It's like they just had to figure out how to do these things on the cheap, but they look so much better. Like
Yeah,
it just looks
especially
so
when you
cool
compare them
for
to some of the remakes, fucking reenactments. Like,
yeah. When they describe like how they did different effects, you're just like, okay, I hear what you're saying, but how the hell did you manage to make it look that good? Because the way you're describing that is like if I tried to
Freddy
replicate
coming
that
through the
myself,
fucking
it would look
wall.
terrible.
Freddy coming through the wall is still like one of the greatest images I ever seen.
Yep.
You know.
Absolutely. 100%
Yeah.
agree.
Yep.
Cool. All right, let's get through this. Now, number 14 is going to be Poltergeist, 1982. This is a weird one because I love Poltergeist, and I'm not going to argue with its position here, but I feel like this
Fuck
is
that
one of
tree.
those. It's one of those mainstream horror films that like non-horror fans got into because I remember because Poltergeist was huge when it came out. It was sold out for like a couple of weeks, like every showing. I remember trying to go to see it opening weekend and I couldn't because obviously you couldn't reserve tickets back then like you can today. So you had to go to the theater and the lines would be ridiculous. So yeah, the Poltergeist was definitely a mainstream horror phenomenon. Now, what the hardcore horror fans think of it, that might vary depending on who you talk to. Obviously, because of when it came out, 1982, I was 12 years old. I did see this in theaters. I demanded to see this in theaters when I first saw the trailer because it kind of looked like a horror movie that wasn't going to be ultra scary because it's not like I was looking to get the shit scared out of me at 12 years old. I loved horror movies since I was 9 years old, but it's not like I was always seeking out just the scariest shit ever. It's not like every movie had to be The Exorcist or The Shining or whatever. So this movie resonated with me when it came out. Over the years, it has absolutely become a favorite of mine. I would not put it in my top 25 only because of the level of horror in it. Yes, it is a ghost story. And yes, there's even one or two fairly gory scenes in the movie. And then, of course, the famous pool scene, which people are still debating to this day whether those were real skeletons or not. Depending on what outlet you go to, you get conflicting stories, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Oh, and the first person, the very first fucking person who says that Steven Spielberg actually directed Poltergeist will get my size 13 directly up your anus. Do not fucking disrespect Tobe Hooper in my presence, all right? Tobe Hooper directed this fucking movie, and I don't want to hear any more about it. So go ahead, gentlemen.
I like Poltergeist, solid movie, but this definitely feels like an IGN, like because it's
exactly.
IGN, especially that it's this high, like
Yep.
So yeah. I'll leave it at that. I mean, it's another one of those movies that's been talked to a lot. So I mean, there is some really good sequences. Love the clown doll. I mean, that's nightmare fuel for a kid. I was very young when I saw it. I think
I had a tree like the tree in this movie. I fucking moved my room the next fucking day.
I had a clown like the clown in this movie. It wasn't exactly the same, but it was very similar. I threw that shit away the day after I saw this movie.
I need chicken wings for a week after that fucking.
Oh yes, drumsticks are terrifying for a while after this movie. Absolutely. So yeah. Solid choice. I mean, solid mainstream choice, but like I said, I won't argue it too much. All right, coming in at number 13. This is another one that, in my opinion, is way, way too low because this is actually my number 3 favorite horror movie of all time. This is John Carpenter's The Thing from the same year, 1982, the same year as Poltergeist. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. This is a fucking masterpiece of body horror and of storytelling, of distrust and paranoia. This is, you could call this a character study in paranoia. It's so fucking well done. A ridiculous score by Ennio Morricone, amazing direction. The practical effects by Rob Bottin. Are you fucking kidding me? They're second to none. The Thing is spectacular. I'm done talking about it. You guys go ahead.
Boom.
I mean, much like you, I'm kind of the same opinions. Like, it's a masterpiece. What else is there to say? It's probably higher on my top.
Yeah, it's
list
also my
too.
number 3.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Twinsies.
From the score, from the cast, from the story, from the special. I mean, this is the movie that like you point to say, why are practical effects better than CGI? Go watch The Thing, and you don't need any more evidence.
Watch The Thing, and then watch The Thing 2011, and there is no argument after that.
Mm-hmm.
Practical is better. All right, and next movie on the list is another one Mike will be interested in, because I know he kind of teeters back and forth between this and Nightmare as his favorite horror film. This is, of course, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original, coming to us from 1974. Again, I adore this film. I love the grindhouse feel of it. Just before we even started recording, we talked about 4K releases, and even though I own this 4K, it's almost too nice looking. Like this movie it's a dirty, grimy movie, and I almost want it to be that VHS or even at best DVD quality. You know, I want to see it grainy. I want to see it dirty. Like I want to feel like I need a shower when I'm done watching a movie, and the original Texas Chainsaw does that for me. So yeah, great choice, no arguments. What do you guys got?
This is a movie that you definitely feel the humidity as you're watching it. Like it feels disgusting. It almost
feels
makes you
like everybody
sweaty
smells.
watching it. Yes,
Yes.
it feels grimy. It feels gross. And something I've always appreciated about Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and you could kind of make the argument for the OG Halloween too, but especially this one only because it's called Texas Chainsaw Massacre, so you expect a lot of it on screen. But this movie, it's almost genius the way that you swear you're seeing more gore than you're actually seeing. Like, I've heard people describe, like, I remember being a kid before I had seen it, and people describing it as like the goriest movie ever. Or no, excuse me, they didn't say the goriest movie ever, but they just said it was gore. I gotta turn away from the screen. And you almost feel that as you're watching it, but then like after you're done watching, you like really think about back, you're like, wow, that they don't actually show as much on screen as you swear that they did. And to me, that's just a compliment to the filmmaking. It's just fantastic.
Sally! The Mandela effect on this movie is very high. Yeah, I've talked to multiple people who say this is an incredibly gory movie, and I literally will challenge them. I'll be like, name one gory scene, please. And you know, they'll say things like the girl getting hung on the hook, and it's like, well, you don't see her getting hung on. You don't see the hook enter her back. Even though people will argue with you that, yes, you do. You absolutely see it. No, my friends, you do not. The camera is at Leatherface's back. You do not see the hook enter her body. You don't see... You barely see the mallet hit Jerry in the face when he goes into the house. So, yeah, the Mandela effect is awesome.
The remake's more gorier than the fucking original.
And it's a perfect example of like why I tell people, like, when it comes to like home theater, I think as much as I love 4K, I think sound is like more important, because one thing this movie does, I think that does convince people it's more gory, is just a sound design. Like when he first pulls the guy in to the trapdoor and you hear the hammer hit, and then like the hook, like it's just, I think the sound design really convinces you that you're seeing more gore than you are.
This movie gave us John Larroquette, goddammit.
Paid with a joint to do one of the most famous horror monologues ever.
In the second favorite quote is, I wish I was a loofah. Stripes.
All right. Okay, where are we here? Number 11. Coming in at number 11, it's Rosemary's Baby.
We
I
talked
love
about it
this
before.
film. I don't know that I would have it in my top 25 only because the horror of the film is fairly limited. Um, but it's a beautiful film as far as its implied horror. Even though we don't. And the other thing too is this is another movie that has the Mandela effect kind of working on it because I can't tell you how many people I've gotten into arguments with that they show or don't show the baby. And it's like, no, they do not show the child in this movie. They show its eyes during a quick close up, but that's it. We do not see the whole baby. And I've gotten into arguments with people talking about, oh, but I remember seeing a devil baby with horns. And it's like, no, you don't. You're an idiot. Stop it.
I
So,
probably watched
yeah.
that fucking remake.
Yeah, I will not. Or the prequel. Yeah, I'm not watching that. So,
Don't. You don't
yeah,
need to. Trust me.
I've heard too many bad things about it.
Don't.
Mainly from Mike.
It's like the
You guys
Grindhouse
got
trailer.
anything on?
Don't.
You guys got
Stop
wanna add
it.
anything
Turn
on
it
Rosemary's
off.
Baby?
I will say I really love Rosemary's Baby. It was one of the first, but before the term elevated horror ever came out, when I was a kid, I didn't know what to call it as far as like that category movie. But it was kind of like growing up. It was like because I grew up kind of like in the post. Venom, you grew up in the slasher era. I grew up kind of in the post slasher era, or at least like the sequel slasher era. So that was a lot of my early horror watching was slasher movies. And this one came along, or this was already out, but by the time I saw it, it was like, oh, so horror can be like this kind of like long, drawn out, slow burn story with horror elements mixed in. And I will say there was a time that this was maybe as high as like my top 8. I don't know for sure if I would put it there anymore, but I would put it on my top 25. I just don't know where, but I really like it. We actually covered it I think was it our first episode we did the apartment trilogy, or no, that was the Romero movies. We did do the apartment trilogy at some point. Though.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it was with me and Corey. Corey was still on the show then too.
Yeah. So anyone that wants
that's a very early episode, yeah.
Yeah. So anyone who wants like our deeper thoughts on it, go back and
We need to
find
do
that
a trilogy
episode.
again sometime. Those are fun shows.
Yeah.
I actually did have an idea for that.
2 hours talking about a list, yeah.
Imagine.
Yeah.
All right.
I have an idea for to go back to that, which I'll share when we're done recording.
Yeah, let's
I
do
was
it
thinking
after.
about that.
Yeah.
Please.
was
All right,
crazy.
we're in the top 10 finally. An hour later, we're in the top 10. Okay, so coming in at number 10, once again, no real arguments other than I would say its sequel is a little bit better. We've already talked about its sequel. Coming in at number 10, it is the original Night of the Living Dead from 1968. Like I said earlier, I prefer Dawn of the Dead. I think its social commentary is just craziness. But I will also admit that this movie is influential beyond belief. I mean, this movie literally created its own genre. Even though, yes, we had zombie movies before this, they were always the voodoo zombies, Bela Lugosi and White Zombie, stuff like that.
The zombie. Yep.
But yeah, exactly. But this one, like I said, it set the modern rules for a zombie. My friends, I hold this movie in very high regard because of that fact alone. It basically created its own genre. This movie is Godzilla 1954 all over again. It literally created something that we had never seen before that would then go on to become a norm in the horror genre, just zombies, flesh-eating zombies. So yeah. So I'm not going to argue with it being in the top 10. It's not in my top 10. If I was doing a list of the most influential horror movies ever, 100% Night of the Living Dead would be in the top 10. But if we're just talking about best, objectively, this is a cheap movie. It cost them, I think, $6,000 to make. They shot it in a couple of weekends. Even though I feel like they hit a home run, everybody's perfectly cast, great writing, great performances. But like I said, I tend to lean towards Dawn of the Dead as my absolute favorite zombie movie, but I won't argue with this one. So what do you guys got for Night of the Living Dead?
We're coming to
I
get
would
you,
say
Barbara.
if we're considering Romero's Dead movies like a franchise, This would be one of the few franchises where I think there's justification to have two entries on like a top list, which would be Night and Dawn. I
Yeah.
really like Day. I mean, I think Day is
Yeah.
fantastic too. I would rate it very high, but I'm not. It seems like there's a more recent trend where a lot of people are putting Day over Dawn. I'm not one of those. I think
No.
Night and Dawn are on their own level, and then Day's just slightly behind it. It's still way up there. But
Oh
to
yeah.
me, yeah, I would justify having Night and Dawn on like a top list. So I'll leave it
Yeah.
at that.
They both deserve to be on this list. Absolutely. There's no question about it.
All
That
three
the
deserve
original Dawn
it.
should have been
Fuck
up
them.
there.
Fuck them all three.
Oh man. All right, then off to number 9. Once again, this is one that I'm sure our friend Mike is very interested in. This is coming in at number 9. This is the original Evil Dead. Sam Raimi, Ash. It's funny because the Ash Williams in the first movie isn't what we get in the second one. I feel like the second one is like almost like Ash evolved. But oh wait, did I say it was the original? It's Evil Dead 2. Did I accidentally say the original? I meant to say Evil Dead 2. Number 9
Oh,
is
okay.
Evil Dead 2, not the original. I prefer the original myself. I still love Evil Dead. I love every Evil Dead movie, TV show, anything involving the Evil Dead that's ever been done. I fucking love. The comic books are awesome. Ash versus Freddy versus Jason is fucking spectacular. But anyway, the point is, I prefer the original Evil Dead. I feel like it's a little bit grittier, it leans more into the horror of it, whereas the Evil Dead 2 leans a little bit more into the comedy, which isn't necessarily a complaint, but I would have liked to have seen the gore and stuff like that be upped in the second one rather than the comedic aspect of it and just the overall filmmaking, because obviously the second one just looks so much nicer. Obviously bigger budget, better cameras, better film stock, everything else. So it's obviously always going to look better. But like I said, I prefer the original. That's just me. I know people that prefer Army of Darkness. I don't know anyone who prefers Rise, but maybe I'll run into one of those people someday. And of course, the remake, I fucking adore the remake. The remake is that's a movie that I could talk about for fucking hours. I'm actually surprised we never brought it to the table here on the main show, because I fucking love that movie. And, I know Mike doesn't necessarily like when I talk about how much of a high regard I put the remake. Not to say that I like it better than the original, but goddamn, if they're not on a par, I don't know what is. Like I said, the remake is awesome, but I prefer the original. But what do you guys think of Evil Dead 2 being on the list?
Evil Dead 1 and 2. I mean, 2 is what's actually on the list, but because you kind of did your Evil Dead spiel, I'm not going to go through all of them, but I feel like 1 and 2, it's like a coin flip for me. What else were we talking about that was a coin flip between? I don't know. I can't even remember anymore because we've done so many movies now. But I feel like through the years, because they're so synonymous with each other, like it's like I feel like the original Evil Dead does some things better than Evil Dead 2, but then Evil Dead 2 does some things better than the original, because obviously, they got a little more experience.
Well, the makeup's way better.
They
in Evil
figured
Dead
out how
2.
to do the makeup and special effects better.
Yeah.
But then to your point,
K&B,
the one is much more strictly horror, where 2 is kind of the splatterhouse comedy horror. It's like I love them so much. It's almost like, what mood am I in today? Evil Dead 1 mood or Evil Dead 2 mood?
Yeah,
But
that's how I
because
look
2's,
at it.
yeah. Yep. So
You know,
I'll leave it at that. But as far as
you
being
know.
on the list, yeah, I would definitely. Again, this is kind of a cop-out answer, but I believe for me, Evil Dead 1 or 2, if I had to pick only one, either one of them I would put probably on my top 25 list. Yeah.
It depending on my mood, because the good thing about fucking Evil Dead 2 is you don't have, even if you haven't seen Evil Dead 1 in a while, because Evil Dead 2 kind of begins like a sped up version of Evil Dead 1,
Yeah.
where it has that whole scene where Ash gets taken by the entity, which the Evil Dead went in, so it's like, oh, we picked up here. Okay, let's go. Love them both.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to argue with Evil Dead 2 being on there. I would probably go with the original.
Also,
More
Evil Dead
because of,
Rise is my third favorite in the franchise.
well, like I said, I love all the Evil Dead. Any Evil Dead property that's come out, I fucking love it. You would think it would be my favorite horror franchise, even though it's not.
By Dawn.
So there you go. Evil Dead 2 at number 9. Next one. This is one that could spark some debate. Coming in at number 8, it is Silence of the Lambs from 1991. Now, obviously, there's a big argument out there as to whether this is horror or more police procedural, psychological thriller. Love story, kind of, I guess. But yeah, like I said, depending on, you could talk to 10 different horror fans and get 10 different answers on whether, this actually belongs here. The argument that I'm going to go with is Silence of the Lambs. Not only is it the last horror movie to sweep the Oscars, it was the last movie to sweep the Oscars. No other movie since Silence of the Lambs has swept the 5 top Oscars, those being, of course, Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Director, and Best Screenplay. Silence of the Lambs was the last movie to win all 5 of those. If that's not an argument for why this should be in the top 25, I don't know what is. So, like I said, I'll leave it at that. Obviously, Anthony Hopkins, spectacular. Everybody in the movie, spectacular. Buffalo Bill, fucking iconic horror villain. So, I'll turn it over to my co-host. What do you guys think about Silence of the Lambs being here and so high on the list, no less?
I love it, but I prefer 7.
Ooh, that's an interesting argument.
Yeah. Silence of the Lambs is one of those tricky ones. Like, I love it. I think it's great. Is it on my top? Merit-wise, as far as like accolades, it's probably one of the most celebrated horror movies.
Plus, it's in that weird taboo era. Is it really horror because it is more like thriller, mystery?
Right.
You know what I mean? That's it.
Exactly.
And then they have that old debate: is 7 should 7 be on this list, or should like Kiss the Girls? Like it falls into that realm.
Yep, 8 millimeter.
Yeah. But because I think that's almost what hurts Silence of the Lambs is because people are afraid not afraid, but like I think their argument against it is like, well, if you open the door for Silence of the Lambs, how far do you take the serial killer genre? Because there's a ton of thrillers that you could probably put in that kind of same genre bender category.
Yeah.
So how many do you let in?
The reason I prefer 7 is because, well, it's just darker. You know what I mean? It has a very dark end.
It definitely leans more into the horror of it, the kills and the gore and
even like the whole sloth scene. When I first saw that, I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Yeah, that fucking ski that got me. That's fucking horror.
Yeah, no, big time. So yeah, there you go. It's like I said, it's going to be up to the individual as to whether you consider that horror or not. I think it's horror. I won't argue with anybody who calls it horror. And as far as it being in the top 10, it's not in my personal top 10, especially top 10 horror films. If it was top 10 just genre films, it might be in my top 10, like I said, because of its accolades, its Oscars and Golden Globes and everything else. And it's just a stellar film, ultimately. So there you go. All right, number 7. We're heading to the ocean. Coming in at number 7, it is Jaws. The original Jaws, which... no arguments here. Jaws is in my top 10 of all time. I think it's at like number 9 or 10. It's somewhere near the bottom of my top 10. I know it's our friend Jerry Herring's favorite film of all time. And honestly, I won't argue with anybody claiming that this is the best horror movie ever made, even though, again, some people might look at this as maybe not a traditional horror film because it's just a shark doing what a shark does. I mean, with a different score and different actors, this movie could easily just be a documentary about great white sharks. So I know a lot of people like don't define horror as just animals doing what they do. Like it's not like it's a mutant shark or hit with radiation or anything. It's just a great white shark doing what great white sharks do. But like I said, it's Spielberg at his absolute best. It's early Spielberg, yes, but goddamn, if this still isn't one of his best movies ever for one of his early ones. Amazing performances. I actually just picked up the last Funko Pop that I needed to complete my Jaws set, so now I am Jaws complete on Funko Pops, and it makes sense because of how much I revere this movie. I bought the 4K. I think I reserved the 4K actually, so I got it right away. This one is also one that I watch constantly. I could literally watch Quint's speech about the USS Indianapolis on a fucking loop for hours. It is so compelling, so just nerve-wracking and tense, and I literally could just watch it over and over again. But yeah, no arguments here about Jaws being in the top 10. What do you guys think?
Fuck yeah. Next.
That's the thing. At this point, I don't think there's really going to be much argument for whether these should be on here or not. It's really more an argument on should they be this high or not on the list. So
Yeah, it depends on your mood, you know.
it's true. Absolutely.
I'll say, like, there's really no argument to say Jaws shouldn't be on anyone's top list. I mean, some people won't have it there, but I couldn't ever tell. I couldn't even make like an argument that it shouldn't be. And I will say, like, I've seen Jaws in almost every format available, but one of the funnest theater experiences a couple years ago when they released it in 3D at the theaters, and that 3D mix was so well done. Like, once they get out on the ocean, that transfer, like, there was actually like depth to like the ocean. Like when boats were rocking up and down, the water was moving. Like, I was actually pretty damn immersed. Like, I was impressed.
Yeah, especially then you get to the 4K Part 3 with coked out Dennis Quaid.
Oh, Jesus. Why would you even bring that up?
Coked out Dennis Quaid showed back up in the substance.
Oh, no. All right, so that's Jaws at number 7. Coming in at number 6, once again, no arguments. It is Ridley Scott's Alien, the original Alien from 1979.
Top 5.
Pretty much once again, just kind of created the sci-fi horror genre. Not to say that we never had a sci-fi horror film before, but this one being such a gigantic hit, playing in theaters, obviously making Ridley Scott a gigantic star. There's not really much else we could say. Alien is potentially one of the best space slashers ever. I fucking love it. So yeah, what do you guys got on Alien?
Yaphet Kotto is my spirit animal.
Oh yes, Yaphet Kotto. We don't talk about him enough.
If they had just listened to Ripley, it would have been a 45-minute movie.
Right?
Because the thing is, we would be Yaphet Kotto and Harry Dean Stanton in that crew. So we understand.
Yeah. Yup. Oh my God. But yeah, I mean, I just watched Alien a couple of months ago and it still fucking holds up. Just spectacular cinematography, beautiful score. Obviously the xenomorph is amazing.
Baggins.
There you go. All right. So where were that's Alien. Coming in at number 5. This is another one that surprises me only because you don't usually see Universal horror this high on the list. When you see a list, especially coming from a non-horror entity like IGN, I wouldn't expect this to be in the top 10, but this actually is my favorite Universal monster movie of all time. I fucking adore this movie. It actually introduced, I want to say that Dr. Pretorius is probably the first gay horror icon because I can't think of any before him. But yeah, coming in at number 5, it's Bride of Frankenstein, the sequel to Frankenstein, starring Elsa Lanchester? Yeah, Lanchester. Yeah. And Boris and Colin and, all the normal players. But obviously, the two big introductions in this movie, or the two big additions, are, of course, the bride, but then Dr. Pretorius as well. And like I said, if you really watch Bride of Frankenstein with a fine-tooth comb, Pretorius is a gay icon. He's 100%. I mean, the actor was also homosexual, and he says that he purposely brought that to the role. So next time you watch Bride of Frankenstein, check out Dr. Pretorius. I mean, there are scenes in the movie where he's almost hitting on Dr. Frankenstein.
He has a
Funkos. Yeah. But like I said, I mean, to actually watch Pretorius almost hitting on Dr. Frankenstein during different scenes.
Gods and Monsters.
And of course, yeah, it also gave us that amazing movie, Gods and Monsters, which we did review on this show. just not too long ago, maybe like a year ago. But yeah, Bride of Frankenstein. Anything you guys want to add?
Yeah, I love it.
I was gonna say, how do you follow up the iconic look of Frankenstein? Well, with the iconic look of the Bride of Frankenstein. Just both, like, there's so many couples that like have the his and hers shirts, the tattoos, it's
Hell,
so
even
synonymous. It's fantastic.
hell,
Yeah,
even like the whole beginning with like fucking Elsa Lancaster as Mary Shelley, it was like
Yes.
fucking like it was like
Mhm.
because when you watch Frankenstein, you're like okay, and then you're like, oh, this is a better movie because it has like a better like subplot where they actually like, hey, here's what happened next.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, Bride of Frankenstein, easily my favorite Universal horror movie. I watch it constantly. I just watched it this past October on the same night that I watched Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein because it's on the same box set. So I had to watch them both
I
because I
own that
love them
movie
both.
in fucking 5 box sets.
Yikes!
Well, because of the box set, they come in like all the collections.
Right, absolutely. No, big time.
Yeah.
I didn't get any of the specific Universal ones, like the ones that are Universal Monster box sets. I got the ones that are specific to the character. So I got like the Frankenstein box set that has all the Frankenstein movies. And then I got the Dracula one too as well. I got it. I still got to get the Mummy and the Creature. I still do want those, but
Hey Ben, and funny enough, I didn't buy them either because I got the DVD version as a gift, then I
uh-huh.
won the Blu-ray version.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah, for as much as I love the OG Universal Monster movies, the last time I actually purchased any, which I have been looking to see like 4K stuff or newer stuff, but the last time I bought, and I think it's very random. I think it's Dracula, Frankenstein, and maybe one of the Wolfmans was I don't know if Walden Books was like a
Oh,
regional, or if they
that took
were
me back.
Yeah,
when
yeah, we got
Walden
Walden.
Books when the local one was closing down, they did one of those liquidation sales,
Saddest
and I
day of
went
my
in there
life.
and I
Yep.
grabbed 3 movies that were on a crazy
I
sale.
fucking loved
And
Walden Books.
Yep.
yep, and it was just like, of course, because like people had picked through them before I got there, I had to just grab what was still there. So I just grabbed the 3 random Universal Monster movies, and they're pretty cool releases. I mean, this is back in the standard DVD era, but you know, sometimes they still put out really neat releases back then too. So I just randomly have those 3.
Yep. Yeah, yeah. I bought I think I bought the Dracula Blu-ray from Walmart like 10 years ago. It was the one with the glow in the dark cover. I saw the glow in the dark, and I'm one of those idiots that sees something different about it, and it's like, "Ooh, glow in the dark. Let me try it." It's not like I ever actually set it up so I can see it in the dark. It's just
Yeah.
one of those novelties that kind of sold me on it. But yeah,
I think the
whatever.
last thing I bought Universal Monsters is I think I did buy the Creature from the Black Lagoon digitally on 4K.
Nice. Yeah, that's the next set I gotta get is the 3 creature movies. I do love all of them. So
Yeah.
all right, we're in the top 4, folks. Coming up next. And obviously the 4 are gonna be absolute classics. It's just a matter of where you might rank them. Coming in
No,
at number
Scream
4.
3.
Imagine what if you came.
No.
Creed.
Coming in at number 4, it is John Carpenter's Halloween, 1978. I don't think I have to really say much about this. It's fucking. It made slasher movies what we know them
Dr.
as
Loomis.
today. Gave us an incredible protagonist with Dr. Loomis, potentially the greatest horror scream queen ever, and Laurie Strode / Jamie Lee Curtis, who just recently won her Oscar. So it's always great to see horror alumni move on and win Oscars and shit. It does my old heart really well, a lot of well, especially with Jamie Lee Curtis because she's just a sweet person. If you've ever met her, she's so bubbly and friendly and always wants to talk to her fans and blah blah blah. So yeah, if you ever get a chance to see her at a con, not that she ever really does cons that often, now that she's an Oscar-winning actress, it's not like she has to do an autograph session as Laurie Strode to make money or anything. But if you ever get a chance to even be around her for a couple of minutes, do it. She's kind of like a Tony Todd. She's very magnetic, very, happy, bubbly. I dig her. Yeah, Halloween. You guys got anything to add?
An iconic movie that spawned a couple cool sequels and 20 plus years of mediocre sequels.
That's what I kind of said off the air. Like that's everything after this movie is like either it's like a choose your own fucking adventure timeline bullshit. Like like it's fucking annoying as fuck, and I hate it for that reason.
I think I almost feel like Halloween as a franchise, it's the epitome of a slasher icon that holds such heavy weight with horror fans that you can put together damn near garbage sequels and it doesn't matter because people want to see Michael Myers on the screen. Like,
absolutely. Yeah, they could do Halloween in New York or Halloween on the moon or Halloween in space or under the ocean, and people will still come out in droves to see it as long as Michael Myers is in it and not Tom Atkins.
Yeah, especially the theme. I mean,
dude,
the theme of it
Halloween Ends actually ended with Tom Atkins coming back as his character from Halloween 3. It would have been so much better.
They should have just had him, like, they should have had him just like no dialogue.
Imagine if Laurie's just in a shopping cart and all of a sudden he just comes in, you gotta turn the news off. You gotta get the cameras. Stop it.
No dialogue. That's why it would have been awesome. No dialogue, just him smoking a cigarette on the sidewalk as, Michael Myers' body gets ground up. That would have been awesome. But, so what are you going to do? All right, top 3 time. Coming in at number 3, once again, absolute iconic classic. Potentially, I mean, you could almost make the argument of one of the first slashers ever made, though I think 1934's M might be more considered the first slasher ever, but the first one that's so highly regarded, coming to us from 1960, it is of course Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho at number 3. Again, what can we say?
Not the one with Vince Vaughn.
Not the one with, oh God, no. Fuck that. I don't even acknowledge that piece existence. Fuck. Oh God, I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. What the hell? Stop bringing up terrible movies.
Hey, I gotta keep it interesting at this point, Venom.
Oh man. So yeah, like I said, Psycho, awesome. Norman Bates, iconic villain. Another movie that spawned a franchise, even though you get kind of diminishing returns as the franchise goes along. Though I love Psycho 2. I think Psycho 2 is an underappreciated classic. But obviously that's a conversation for another show. But yeah, Psycho, number 3. What do you guys think?
The first time I saw Psycho, like all the way through, was in a music and movies class where we like analyzed the use of the score and the sound effects and like how they created it. And it wasn't like I wasn't already gonna love the movie just because it's really good, but it just gave me an appreciation. And maybe, I mean, that might have been one of the early things that started like my love for like sound design more so than even like the picture quality. Is just how they create the sounds and how that enhances your experience, and especially in horror, your fear, your anxiety. So yeah, I mean, other than that, what else to say? It's a goddamn masterpiece classic. So I may, I'll let Derek speak on it.
Psycho's pretty great, man. Like, weirdly, I actually seen the Vince Vaughn version first before I seen the original. Not by choice. It's just it's all I had available at the time. But that was a different period, But it's still a great movie, like the aspects of, even like in that fucking remake, it's 10 times better in the original. Oh, yeah. No jerking off scene during the peephole, like. Anyways, but other than that, it's a great classic. It has a whole documentary just on that shower scene, like.
Yes, yeah, and it's a great documentary too, just about how Hitchcock shot it, and just talking about. He even breaks down the film that he used, and it's an amazing doc.
It's on AMC Plus if you.
There you go.
Interested.
Nice. All right. Now, as far as number 1 and number 2. They are also my number 1 and number 2, except they're reversed for me. I actually have IGN's number 2 at number 1 and vice versa. So let's go ahead and go over it. Coming in at number 2 on IGN's 25 greatest horror movies of all time, it is the original Exorcist from 1974, William Friedkin's absolute masterpiece, Oscar winner. I think it won a sound design Oscar, I believe. Linda Blair was also nominated for Best Supporting Actress. Unfortunately, for those who don't know, there was a little bit of a controversy. It came just before the Oscars were awarded. It came out that Linda Blair didn't actually do the voice of possessed Reagan. That was actually Mercedes. I forgot her name, but
Emmy
it
Award
was.
nominated winner Mercedes McCambridge. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Mercedes McCambridge. When that information came out that Linda Blair didn't actually do the voice herself, she pretty much she wasn't like removed necessarily, but it was very obvious to the public at the time that she wasn't going to win, even though she was the front runner before this information came out. Like I said, the Academy nominated her thinking that she had done all the voices, and I don't know why you would think a 13-year-old would be able to do all those voices, but whatever.
Wonderful days and nights.
Yeah, exactly. All those disgusting things that came out of her mouth, like her parent would actually want that even coming out of her mouth, you know. So, but yeah, Exorcist number 2 on IGN's list, number 1 on Mr. Venom's list. It is by far my favorite horror film ever made. It is a fucking masterpiece. If you remove all of the horror elements out of this movie, it's still a fucking masterpiece because it's a beautiful character study on Damien Karras. And the last thing I'm going to say is all of the Exorcist movies that follow this movie all make the same mistake, and it's that they concentrate on the demonic possession. My friends, The Exorcist is not about the exorcism. This is Damien Karras's movie. This is solidly Damien Karras's movie. The movie is called The fucking Exorcist, not The Exorcism, and that's what all of the sequels and every movie after this, maybe not Exorcist 3, because Exorcist 3 actually, with Jason Miller coming back into the role and then Brad Dourif also playing the Gemini killer, it kind of did bring, like The Exorcist as a character was still the main character of the movie. But every movie, like The Exorcist Believer, I'm sorry, fuck you. Can anybody even name The Exorcist in that movie? No, because she's in the movie for 5 fucking minutes before she just disappears. So yeah, The Exorcist is an absolute fucking masterpiece. I'm done. What do you guys got on The Exorcist?
When I was young, and I first started getting the internet, and I was going around like grabbing when MP3s were a new thing, right? I was collecting horror themes, and the one and only time my dad has ever told me that a piece of music scared him is when I downloaded the Exorcist theme and it was like playing it on our computer speakers. He came from like the other side of the house and he's like, can you turn that down? And I'm like, why? And he's like, because it's kind of giving me the creeps, because he knew what it was. I mean, when he was that movie came out, when I don't know what his exact age was, but he saw it in the theater, and because that was like the movie that scared his generation, right? When you see the old footage of people being interviewed, but basically, yeah, that was like the one time that like he just straight up told me that like I'm scared of the fucking theme of it. I was like, oh shit, the Tubular Bells.
Scared the shit out of her, that movie. My mom, she fucking hates it. Like,
yeah, my mother too. Actually, my mother's not a religious person, but The Exorcist kind of made her a little religious. Like I actually noticed her wear a crucifix more after we saw The Exorcist together. So yeah, there is that. But yeah, goddamn that score. And by the way, folks, do yourself a favor. If you've never heard the full version of Tubular Bells, it's actually a half-hour long song. It's not just the piano lick that is, that we hear constantly. It's actually a half-hour long song with lots of tempo changes and key changes, and it, even though it keeps the same kind of backbone of the piece of music that you're familiar with, it definitely goes on a progression as the rest of the song goes along. So do yourself a favor. If you've never listened to the entire song, take a half hour out of your day. I'm sure you can find it on YouTube or, whatever streaming service you use, and you should be able to check it out. I fucking love that piece of music. The entire half hour piece of music is fucking stellar. It's actually too bad the movie didn't use more than just the first 10 seconds, because there's some great music in there.
Yeah. So
All
it's
right.
number one.
What's number one? It's my number two horror movie of all time. So coming in at number one, it is Stanley Kubrick's really masterpiece, is all you could really say. Of course, it is his adaptation of Stephen King's The Shining, coming to us from 1980. Of course, I mean, Jack Nicholson, Shelley Duvall. No, not Shelley. Shelley Duvall.
Duvall, yeah.
I almost said Shelley Long, like an idiot.
Imagine that'd be a different movie.
Yeah, totally different movie. Scatman Crothers. I mean, The Shining. What's funny is The Shining is a movie that's very highly regarded, but it's also a movie that I personally know a lot of people that hate it. Like, there's a lot of people that they don't understand why The Shining is scary. I mean, I've had some people flat out tell me they don't even think it's a horror movie, that it's more a psychological thriller than anything else. I can kind of see that argument, but no. I mean, there's too much horror in this movie to say that it's not a fucking horror movie. And even the ending, just how Jack comes to his end, I mean, come on now. Obviously, amazing cinematography, amazing score. I fucking love this score. This is one of the first soundtracks I ever bought. Like, with my own money, I bought the score to The Shining on vinyl. I wish I still had it. I don't have it anymore, but goddamn, that score is amazing. Amazing performances. This is another one of those movies like the Blair Witch Project, where if you challenge it, it may not scare you because, you're just being cynical and just waiting for something scary to happen. Whereas if you give yourself up to the movie, go on the journey that Stanley Kubrick wanted you to go on, the fucking movie is terrifying. And I just watched it again for Halloween, as I do every single year. I watch it every October. No matter what the theme of my 31 for 31 is, The Shining gets watched. I don't care. So, yeah. An amazing film. I mean, what else can really be said about it? But I'll let my co-host say more about it. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, I'll say something about it. The most fucked up scene in this movie is the guy getting a blowjob by a guy dressed up in a beard dog suit.
Fucking right. My God, that
what the
guy
fuck?
in a costume. And you know what gets me? And it's a scene that probably isn't ultimately all that scary, but it got me the first couple of times I watched it, so I still have that kind of that muscle memory of being scared by it. It's the scene when Charles Grady has the bullet hole in his head and he says, "Great party, isn't it?" Like, that's not even a fucking scary scene, but it fucked me up when I was a kid. I don't know why. I think because of that whole scene with Grady in the bathroom talking to Jack, and then
your
later
son is hanging with Edward.
Yeah. Oh, like, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
Your
the
son
racism
needs some
movie,
correcting.
I'll ignore that. I mean, hell,
Correcting.
racism still exists. Obviously, we all know this. So, as Americans, we fucking know this. So, but I'll ignore it because it was more common for the time period. Blah blah blah.
I think Scatman Carruthers also is wonderful at emoting in this movie. When he's scared, I'm scared. Like,
he wants ice cream, Doc.
Because
his scary face is terrifying.
He doesn't get a little scared in this movie.
He looks like he's starting to look like a corpse.
Yeah, when he starts getting scared about something, it's like level 10.
Scatman Crothers should have played live action Mumra.
And the art above his bed rules.
Oh, fucking iconic. What's funny is that there was a time in the 90s where I actually wanted those posters. Like, I actually sought them out. I did find them, but they were too expensive. They weren't just like $5 posters that you could just throw up on the wall. They were like art prints and shit. Yeah. But I'm sure you could probably find cheaper versions of it now. But yeah, it's not even necessarily that I'm a pervert and I want naked women on my wall. It's just those two pictures are so fucking iconic because of the tension of that original scene. I wanted it bad.
And the hedge
so my spiel on The Shining, awesome. The spiel on My Shining is, it's never left my top 5. It's always somewhere in there. I've said many times when it comes to the list, I am one of those people that I don't necessarily have a static top list. I have here's like my 10 movies that are probably my favorite, but sometimes they move up and down. But I know The Shining has never left my top 5. Stanley Kubrick as a director is probably my favorite modern director. Just like if we're talking across all genres, because Kubrick, he can do everything.
He did sci-fi, horror, fucking war.
Fucking historical drama.
Spartacus. Like,
Yeah.
Dude, I bought Spartacus on 4K when it was on sale, and it's just fucking amazing. Like,
I still gotta
I
pick
just
up
think,
Past the Glory on 4K. I fucking love that movie.
yeah, I feel like Kubrick, he can handle any source material he's given. He can do every genre. And, like, of course, I was so young when I saw The Shining, I didn't know Kubrick was Kubrick at the time. It was just, the name
Obviously,
Stanley Kubrick. But again, it's kind of like the same deal with what I said about Rosemary's Baby, because The Shining, it has a long running time. It's a slow burn with sprinkled in, but it always kept me immersed. It's another movie that you definitely feel the weather. Like, no matter what, I always feel a chill when I'm watching it, when it gets to the snow in just immersed. And yeah, it feels like a movie that, like, because of its running time and because it being a slow burn, you always expect, like, is this going to be the time when, like, I'm getting a little, not bored, but like where I just want to, like, get through it? Never. Every time I've watched it,
I forget that it's this a long
I just
movie
love it.
sometimes, because
Well,
you just
it
get
doesn't
immersed.
feel over 2 hours. That's what I mean. That's the triumph. One of the triumphs of this movie is that you don't notice 2 hours go by when you watch it. You're so immersed and you're so invested. Like, even on the 150th watch, I'm still utterly invested. I don't have any devices on. My eyes are glued to the screen. This is another movie I mentioned earlier about, like, Let the Right One In, where every frame is a fucking work of art. Well, The Shining is another one. You could literally pluck any frame out of this movie and frame it and put it on the wall. It literally, it could even be the scene in The Office where Jack's getting the interview. Like, literally, every
Yeah,
single
I
frame
love
of this movie, it wells up so many memories from all of the various watches that we've had. It's beyond iconic. So yeah.
I love the fact that, like, even 30 years later, they were doing documentaries and finding little Easter eggs and little hints in the movie.
Hell,
Like,
I
in
even
the
watched
storage
the
closet,
fucking
the cans were
the
turned this
room.
way,
Oh,
and now
that
they're
fucking
turned that way.
documentary.
Like, all sorts of stuff.
Let's not talk about that documentary. They go way overboard with that
Yeah,
shit.
the people in room 237, like that, they're really grasping at straws in that documentary. Like,
Oh, yeah.
again, it's a different viewpoint. Obviously, these people are obviously way more invested in Stanley Kubrick's work, but, like, these are the type of people that can't take anything at face value. They got to peel back the layers on everything. And, it's almost like they're trying to figure out Kubrick's brain, which will never be figured out. No one's ever going to be able to figure out what the
And
hell
it was
going
kind
on.
of jarring too that they were showing more scenes from Eyes Wide Shut than The Shining in it. I'm like, what the
Yeah,
heck?
exactly. Just
Yeah,
that
think-
documentary devolved. I
think
will
that's the
recommend
issue.
one thing though. I don't know if we may have already. I may have brought this up on the show before. If anybody is interested in a very cool and original take on The Shining, look up the Wendy theory. Go to YouTube and just type in the Wendy theory. Basically, this group of fans, filmmakers, whatever, put together their theory of what's actually happening in The Shining, and it revolves more around Wendy than it does around Jack. And it's 10 times more compelling than anything that we see in room 237. So, and it's like a half-hour YouTube video. So look up the Wendy theory if you're a big fan of The Shining and want to see a different interpretation of what's actually happening in the movie. Look that up. You may not agree with it. Like, I don't know if I fully agree with it, but it's just such a new take that it's very compelling and it's entertaining.
But
so,
you know what the best part of The Shining is? Danny grows up to be Obi-Wan fucking Kenobi.
Oh, jeez. Terrible. Oh,
He has the high ground, Rose the Hat.
Ooh. All right, well, there you go, folks. That's IGN's top 25 horror movies of all time. I guess we should be thanking IGN because they provided us with almost 2 hours of content for our show. So
This is the longest
thank
show
you
in
very
a while.
much.
You know what I
Right?
noticed about that
I think-
fucking list? No Asian horror
I think
whatsoever.
something fun to do in the future.
Mhm.
Something fun to do in the future would take, like, an IGN list like this, or even like the other
Yeah,
one,
yeah.
the villains one, and we we all rearrange it ourselves based on what we think,
Ooh.
and then list off the rankings. But we would still use.
We'd have to cut the
all
list down too. We couldn't do like top 30. We'd have to do
Kind
like
of
top
shocked
10
they
or
didn't have the
5.
fucking Ring remake on that. That's usually on those generic lists.
Yes, and Sinister. Sinister's another one that I see on top horror movie lists, but was nowhere near this one, which is fine because I don't.
That'll be on next year's when they redo it.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? So there you go. All right, back to Mike. Drive the bus, buddy.
All right. Well, we're going from the supposed top 25 movies of all time to some 2 ridiculous, absurd, out there movies that are Derek's picks. So before we take our break, Derek, what movies are we talking about?
We're going to be talking about the whole idea of picking these movies because they have like small casts, both these movies, and like there's some characters in this movie, but it's pretty much like these 2 characters throughout most of this movie, and then later on, it's this fucking character that finds it's 2 a character finding another character type of movies that I kind of liked, and one's like early in the cyberpunk Japanese era of filmmaking, like movies like Tetsuo the Iron Man, which this movie is actually from the assistant director of Tetsuo the Iron Man, 964 Pinocchio. And then we're doing a later day movie, 2004, kind of like Lovecraftian in a way, movie called Marebito, directed by Takashi Shimizu, who I directed like Ju-on, and this movie also stars the director of Tetsuo the Iron Man, Shina Tasukamoto. So that was kind of the interesting connection that I had with the 2 movies. They have a little connection to Tetsuo, but also kind of have similar themes and kind of disposition of their storytelling abilities. But we'll get into that in a little bit. They're a little bit far out there in their experiences.
A little bit.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with these movies.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go! And now, on with the show.
All right, everybody. That's right. I'm back, and it's my picks this time around. The first movie from 1991, and that is 964 Pinocchio. This is a Japanese cyberpunk horror / sci-fi, like weird fucked up movie from director Shuzen Fuku. I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Fukui.
I would butcher the fuck out of Fukui. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Vinna. You are the Donatelli of this episode. I love it. So yeah, Shuzen Fukui. He worked on Tetsuo the Iron Man. He was one of the assistant directors. Actually, a lot of filmmakers came from that movie. We might get into another person connected to that movie's work down the line, but we'll save that for another show. Yeah, this is a very Tetsuo based movie. You kind of see some of the feels of. He's very like involved with Tetsuo in that sense, where what he brought to Tetsuo, because when Shina Tasukamoto went on to do other movies after Tetsuo, they kind of went in a different direction. He was, he went in that fucking crazy, weird, bizarre. Because let's just get into the plot of this. Pinocchio 964, a lobotomized cyborg sex slave, is abandoned by his owners due to his inability to maintain an erection, while a corporate entity plans to kill him. Yeah, it's pretty much some of it. He also kind of lives on the street and he meets another character whose name is
Himiko.
Himiko. Yes, that's why I was looking at my notes. Fucking I have to get some windows opened and closed. Sorry about that, guys. Himiko, who and they interact, and then it's kind of like a normal interaction with these two. Like it's kind of very. The thing that I kind of blows my mind rewatching this movie because I have a little history with this movie because I used to own this movie on DVD because it was first released by Unearthed Films on DVD. I got it for like $2 on a sale once on like Grindhouse Video, I think. They always have sales on those like old Unearthed films for some weird reason. But yeah, and then Tokyo Shock, aka Media Blasters, did like a Blu-ray release of it recently, which I found interesting because that was like, wow, Media Blasters coming back with fire. I haven't seen those guys in a while. I was like, that's a banger of a title to release. So I picked up the Blu-ray, and then I was like, fucking, I forgot like how fucking crazy this movie gets on rewatch, and yeah, it's a wild fucking movie on rewatch, guys. It has a lot of like deep meaning, like especially if you watch like the special feature of the director and his meaning of the movie, in that aspect. It kind of makes sense when you look at it from that perspective. As an art form, it's very like stylistic art house, kind of like cyber. I lump like cyberpunk horror and kind of like the art house style. It's not for everyone in that sense, where it's telling like this weird like story, but there's actually like themes and meaning between what's going on with the movie in a weird, gross, fucking body horrorish way in that sense. Where yeah, and another thing that I like is that this movie is very like guerrilla filmmaking style. When you look at it, like some of the scenes kind of look like those are like not like extras. Those are just people like reacting to this being filmed like kind of illegally, in that sense. It kind of fucking blew my mind and like the budget of this movie and very like fast paced and fucking crazy. Like there's some like scenes are like involving like trash being thrown at people and they're like absorbing like egg yolk and shit. Like it makes me gross looking. Ugh, but then like some weird body horror shit that happens later in the movie. But Mike, I'll bring you in first on this because you probably have the freshest eyes on this.
Yeah. This is a tough one to like analyze on a first time watch because it's the dude's like I think he's like a sex robot that can no longer perform his sex robot duties, so he's almost kind of like just wandering around the whole movie, and you're and it's hard to like put together like an actual narrative. I feel like because you said like yeah on a rewatch, especially like if you've had time to probably like look up like subtext and like themes of the movie, but on a first time watch, it's almost jarring in a sense of like figuring out what this movie is trying to say because it's chaotic. It's almost like directionless because it's kind of like just following this robot around uh without without a strict like plot or story, but it's very like interesting. Like and I get what you're saying, like the guerrilla filming and like the cyberpunk tendencies in it. I don't know how the hell you even come up with a movie like this.
It's so serious, like drugs or something.
It's wild. It's out there. Man, I like the design. I know you actually sent me this movie on Blu-ray, and just like looking at the box art, I was like, oh, I know I'm in for something. Like, Derek ain't sending me this unless it's gonna be an experience, that's for sure. But yeah, and it is. It's very like almost absurdist in a way, even though it definitely lives up to being like that crazy Japanese style movie of just wildness and out there, and it's like nothing that you like. I would say general movie audiences are ready for. It's definitely not the normal things I see, but I could see it like on a second watch when I have some more context and understand what I'm in for. It can definitely go up because it did kind of like pique my interest. Like I need to know more about this movie so I can rewatch it with some like context and reference going in. But it was definitely a wild experience.
Yeah. Venom.
Woo! What the fuck with this movie? This is the second time I've watched it. I actually watched it a couple of months ago when Derek first sent us that disc. And I didn't know what the fuck I was watching the first time. I grasped it a little bit more on this second watch, definitely. But I still I like the over-the-top kind of mentality of this movie. Like everything is turned up to 11. Like nothing in this movie is just standard fare by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, the movie opens up with a sex scene that turns into a naked guy a naked nurse kicking Pinocchio out of the hospital, and instantly you're just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you almost have to read the synopsis to really realize that this is a sex slave. Like the first time that I watched it, I knew that they were manufactured human beings, but I wasn't sure if they were specifically sex slaves or if they were just meant to be slaves, like mindless slaves in general. But obviously, our synopsis says lobotomized cyborg sex slaves. So yes, these people are being manufactured specifically to basically be living, breathing sex toys to, the richest clientele of Dr. Nirishima. So, but goddamn this movie. There are scenes in this movie that, and it's going to sound like I'm kind of disparaging the movie, but it's kind of a little bit on both sides. There's scenes in this movie that I feel are way too long. Now, there's like the quote unquote possession scene, very similar to the movie Possession from 1980 or 81, whatever it was. Where our main character Hamiko is basically just having a breakdown in a subway station, and this scene goes on for 7 minutes. It's like, I don't think I needed 7 minutes of this girl just having a breakdown, puking up way more than any human should ever puke, and then eating
like egg porridge.
Yeah, it looked like some kind of rice. Like when she was when she grabbed a handful of it and started eating it, it looked like rice, which is interesting. But there's also a scene in here of Pinocchio running through the city while being chained to a cinder block. That scene is also 7 minutes long, and it's just literally him running through different cityscapes. Like he'll run through a rural area, then he'll run through like a populated downtown area, and the whole time he's just screaming and dragging along this cinder block that's chained to his throat. It leaves you really, really scratching your head. And then the turn that Hamiko makes, like if you think pro wrestlers do a heel turn faster than a wink, holy shit, Hamiko literally goes.
She would be the fucking women's champ.
I mean, literally, she goes from being concerned that Pinocchio is missing, and then literally they find each other, they have sex, which basically, by the way, it starts with the most awkward first kiss I've ever seen in my life. Mm-hmm. It's all tongue. I've never seen a kiss that's all tongue, no lips at all. It was so fucking creepy. It was almost otherworldly, honestly. But like I said, she goes from being concerned that he's missing to fucking him, and then in the very next scene, she wants to kill him. Now, obviously, Hamiko, we haven't really said it yet, Hamiko was also in this facility that Pinocchio was in. She was actually a patient there. And when the movie starts, we hear a doctor basically tell her, oh, we can't really do anything more for you, so we're just going to let you go, which I'm thinking, wow, that seems irresponsible, letting someone who could potentially be a danger to themselves or others. Ultimately, Himiko doesn't really become a danger until she has sex with Pinocchio. I don't know if if the bodily fluid exchange maybe fucked her up, because we don't really know what her condition was before. All we know is that she was in a mental facility. That's it. Is she a sociopath? Is she a psychopath? Is she a serial killer? We don't know. But like I said, the turn that she goes from being like the sympathetic female character of the movie that we all want to see succeed
Power
in
Rangers
Pinocchio, and then she just turns into a fucking overly righteous, just nut job. And to the point where she's literally running through scenes with her eyes crossed, and she's got this weird laugh, this weird psychotic laugh. Holy shit, it's crazy. Like I said, I'm not necessarily disparaging the movie. I'm just preparing people for what because I would imagine a lot of people listening to us right now have probably never seen this movie, probably never even heard of it. So I just want to prepare you for what you're getting into. I mean, we're not going to get into the, nitty gritty of the story. We kind of already got into the setup. It's just a matter of where it goes from there. We've got Dr. Narashima, who's eating cherries seasoned with his secretary's saliva. Holy shit, my friends. Like, what the fuck? What else? Like I said, there's odd imagery throughout the movie. Some of it's really cool. Some of it just kind of leaves you scratching your head. Like, what the hell was the point of that? Like, I don't understand what I'm looking at, blah, blah, blah. One thing I did like was the chemical weapon in bazooka form in this movie. Oh, yeah. That shit was awesome. Basically, Dr. Nirishima gives one of his underlings it's a bazooka. It's basically a fucking gigantic bazooka, but it shoots a chemical. It doesn't shoot like a bullet or a rocket or whatever. It just shoots a chemical that's supposed to kill Pinocchio on contact. Obviously, it doesn't. It has a different effect, which, again, I won't get into. But just like I said, the absurdity of this film is either going to work for it's going to work for you, it's going to make you really enjoy the movie, or it's just going to leave you scratching your head. And holy shit, this finale. Holy shit is literally the only two words I could think of to describe this finale. Like, I don't want to get to, even though it is an older movie, it's from 91. The fact that most people probably haven't even heard of this movie, I want to try to be as ambiguous as possible. But I still don't know what the fuck the ending meant. Like, I've watched the movie twice now. I have no fucking idea. Like, why does Pinocchio feel comfort and relief at the end? Like, at the very last line of the movie is Pinocchio saying, that's better. So obviously doing the thing that he did kind of sedated him or calmed him. But holy fuck, what he did was so wacky and over the top that, like I said, I still have no fucking idea what that ending meant. Like, if there's a metaphor there, if I'm just supposed to take it at face value as just this is some crazy fucking shit or what. But yeah, overall, 964 Pinocchio is a fucking experience. There's nothing that can prepare you for this. What's funny is that Derek described it to me is kind of, connected to Tetsuo through crew members and actors and whatnot. But it's like, holy shit, like Tetsuo is like a fucking, how can I put it? It's like a biomech fever dream, whereas this movie is just a fever dream. It almost seems unfocused, if you will. Like the craziness is all over the place. It's going in all sorts of different directions. When we finally get the final confrontation at the end, it goes by so quick. It's like it's done in a blink. They set up Dr. Nirishima to be this, the main villain of the movie, but then it just ends so quick that it's like,
just filled with cherries.
Yeah. Oh god. Oh my god. I lost it. I'm like, dude, do you even chew your food? It's like literally whole cherries coming out of his stomach. Like, what the fuck? Oh my. Yeah, my friends, nothing can prepare you for this movie. No review that any of the three of us could give you could possibly prepare you for this. There's no movies that really would be a good comparison to say, oh, it's kind of like this or it's kind of like that. Yes, it's insane like Tetsuo, but Tetsuo has a distinct focus and a distinct destination that it's getting to. This one, it just kind of feels like, I'm not going to say that Shozen didn't know what he wanted. I'm sure he had a very clear vision of what he wanted. I'm just having trouble focusing on what that vision is. Like, I would probably need a scholar of this movie to really sit me down and kind of talk and say, oh, see, this represents this represents that. Or, like I said, maybe we're just supposed to take it at face value and just accept it as the most insane fucking movie that we've ever seen. I don't know. Either way, I'm still very happy that I watched it and very happy that I now own it. Because like I said, this is a crazy ass movie that I don't know that I'll be returning to it a lot, but it's definitely something that I'm going to return to periodically because holy shit. I'm right back to my original review. Holy shit.
You know what would be funny though? Is like, you just put this on a poker game in the background.
God, my friends wouldn't know. They'd stop paying attention to poker and they'd be like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, did that girl just peel her face off? What the fuck?
Did she just become a Power Ranger villain? What the fuck?
Did she just become an Easter Island statue? What on God's green earth?
She's the cover of the Pink Floyd album.
Yes, exactly. Oh my God. So yeah, like I said, folks, an absolutely insane movie. Nothing can prepare you for this, but if you get an opportunity to see it, I would still recommend it. And if any of our listeners actually do watch it, please hit us up and let us know what you thought of it.
I think it's on Tubi if you guys are interested.
Oh, nice. It's on Tubi. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. So you can watch it for free with some commercials. But yeah, just an absolutely insane, over-the-top fever dream. And once again, my 2-word review, holy shit.
Hell yeah. And maybe in the future, he has another movie that he did called Rubber's Lover, which kind of acts as a prequel to 964 Pinocchio. It's very different. It's shot in actually a different style. It's all black and white. It's actually more Tetsuo in that sense, where it has even like the same like black and white schemes of it. So we might journey into that in the future. I might pair that up with another movie. I just gotta think of another movie to pair it up with in the future.
Oh yeah, and these types of movies. I mean, like I said, ultimately, most of our listeners probably have never even heard of this movie. So if we can, bring a new movie to longtime horror movie fans, I'm down. No matter how insane it is, I'm always down.
Speaking of Tetsuo the Iron Man, let's talk about our next movie. Let's talk about our next one. Yeah, so we're gonna jump a bunch of years later to 2004, kind of in the middle of kind of near the end of it, actually, the J horror buzz, because that's 2005 was really like when you started to hear about like some of the bigger ones that coming out, like that's where it kind of ended, and then you had to like dig in there to find some of the nooks and crannies of the later years of the 2000s, kind of that didn't get really released until later on. Like that J horror box set that just came out from Arrow kind of rectified that. And usually, like Tartan Asian Extreme gave like notice to these movies too, and this one's no suggestion because I actually didn't even know about this movie, and I knew this director because I've seen a bunch of his movies from a sort of franchise that we all know as Ju-on, aka The Grudge. Even directed some of the American versions of that movie, and that's Takashi Shimizu's Marebito, which is kind of an interesting movie because of the aspect of using Shinya Toskamato as the main character of this movie. He's actually a cinematographer in real life. Shinya Toskamato, he shot the whole thing of Tetsuo the Iron Man. That movie's fucking amazing. But interesting enough, he's also like a actor. He's even starred in Martin Scorsese movies. Like he was in Silence by Martin Scorsese. He also was in Shin Godzilla. That's actually one of his movies that I've noticed him recently, and he plays one of the scientists of that movie. Uh, the one that wears like the pink scarf that does like the notices like the origami crane. It's a fucking great scene in that movie from memory. But yeah, pretty much the main plot of this movie. It's about a fear-obsessed freelance cameraman who's played by Shinya Toskamato, who is looking for like fear, like the true meaning of fear in that sense. So he investigates like this urban legend that he finds about this like haunted subway station because there's been murders that have been happening. Like there's a video of this guy that stabs himself in the eye, and then he sees this guy later in the movie as like a spirit form, where he takes this journey through the subway station. He finds like this weird realm. It's kind of like Narnia in that sense, where he goes to like this other world, and he's searching in this other world, and he finds like this girl is chained to like this rock. It's very odd and ambiguous, and he does what any I don't know like the aspect where he actually takes her from the realm into his world. And that's when the movie gets weird and kind of Lovecrafty. And it kind of reminds me of like even like some of like Stephen King's Dark Tower shit in that sense. So like if you actually read the story Hearts of Atlantis, it kind of has that feel of the men in black that are in the background, trying to keep that other world at bay in that sense, which is kind of cool and it's kind of paranoid and uh, very close ups of like the whole movie. The shot that really haunts me in this movie, this beginning where it's like this close up of Sheena Toskabato's face and shit, and it gets into like that camera, like kind of like found footage perspective of him with the camera, which is kind of cool in that aspect of the movie. It's very weird feeling. It has like this weird like Lovecraftian atmosphere throughout it from when I first watched it with like the aspects of it, but it also has like this like psychological aspect. Is this all in his fucking head? And then it has that head scratching aesthetic of the final shot of the movie that's kind of haunted me on first watch of this film. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Venom on this. Venom, you've seen Marebito before. How was it for you on rewatch?
The first time I watched this was for the summer series on Podcast Under the Stairs. This was one of the movies that, because I think I was on the 2004 year, and this was one of the movies brought to the table. This movie is definitely more my speed compared to Pinocchio. Like this movie absolutely speaks to me. You've got a cinematographer or videographer who's, obsessed with fear and trying to find what scares people and what would drive someone to suicide, a very public suicide, things like that. I also am very obsessed with fear. I'm the kind of person that'll, go to a cemetery at night and just chill out for a few hours, break into an abandoned building. Like that's the kind of shit I used to do like in my teens and 20s because that's who I was. This character. I was Masuoka. I was obsessed with fear. I was obsessed with what the limits of human fear are, what any given human's response is to fear, the whole fight or flight response, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, this movie really spoke to me. And goddamn, I love this movie. I look at this movie as an adaptation of Dante's Inferno a little bit. I don't know if how many of our listeners are familiar with the book Dante's Inferno, where, Dante is given a tour of hell by Virgil. And as I'm watching this movie, it's like, man, Masuoka is Dante, and the guy who killed himself is Virgil. He's basically showing him around hell. Because they only call it the underworld in this movie, the realm that they're in. They call it the underworld. They don't call it hell or anything like that. But that's kind of how I'm looking at it. it kind of feels like Dante getting the tour of the seven circles of hell from Virgil. So because of that, it makes me like this movie even more. Now, once he brings F home, the girl that he kind of quote unquote rescues from the underworld, he just calls her F because she doesn't speak, so he doesn't know what her name is. Beautiful, like teenage Japanese girl, just absolutely stunning. I mean, it doesn't hurt that she's naked, butt ass naked the first time we see her, so that gets your attention right away. And then you realize that she's actually a lovely girl, beautiful face, blah blah blah. So then the mystery becomes, what is she? What is F? Is she a vampire? Is she a demon? Is she a lost soul? Whatever the case
Siren.
may be. Yeah, exactly. There's so many different interpretations of what F could be that, I love that about movies like this, that they leave the explanations to the viewer. I decide what F is. I decide what the underworld is. So yeah, in my version, as I watch this, it's Dante's Inferno, and I fucking love it because of that. And I will agree with Derek. The last image of this movie, it definitely leaves it. I don't want to say it freaked me out, but it's a very off-putting image that just kind of makes you feel weird, especially after you take this journey. And this movie is only 90 minutes long, so it's a quick watch. There's not really a lot of pacing issues because the story is meant to be slow. It's about a guy looking for the nature of fear, so you don't see it as slow because that's just how it is. But yeah, I think Masuoka's Shinya's performance as Masuoka was great. I think F was awesome, even though she's basically a silent character in the movie. How the story of this movie progresses, the mysterious man that calls him, like, is that Satan? Is that some other demon? Is that something completely different? Because like I said, again, they don't call the underworld hell in this movie. That's just my assumption. So, who is this guy that's calling Masuoka on the phone and telling him, you're fucked? You took this girl out of, where you brought her somewhere where she's not supposed to exist. And, saying stuff like, you're going to regret this. You have no idea how much trouble you're in. Like, I like that line a lot. So, yeah, overall, this movie absolutely worked for me. I loved the kind of Dante's Inferno element of it. The very mildly Lovecraftian, I will go with that. Not ultra Lovecraftian, but yeah, definitely mildly. The whole thing with him and and another thing I really liked about this movie is how towards the end of the movie, he can only see people's faces if he's looking through a camera. Like if he looks directly at someone's face, it's kind of blurred out the way that the suicide victim's face was on the newsreel. I love that because, you'll hear people say that reality looks more real through a camera lens, and they kind of personify it here, where he's looking through the camera, he can see everybody's face, but as soon as he looks away from the viewfinder, their face is blurred out. I think that's a beautiful element, especially for someone who works with video, video or film or any kind of editing stuff. It really kind of sends that point home. So yeah, I love this movie. I had a great time with it. This is one that I'll probably purchase very, very soon because this is one that I like to return to periodically. It kind of feels like found footage, even though it's not a found footage movie, because a lot of the movie takes place behind a camera lens. It gives you that sense of found footage, and we all know I fucking love found footage, so of course this movie is going to speak to me. So yeah, great choice. Absolutely love Marebito.
Nice. Fuck yeah. Hey, Mike. What's going on?
Yeah, I love the story of this movie. I love kind of like, it almost feels like a loner wrapped up in filming and something first, and he follows it, and he does everything almost to his detriment the entire movie.
like you could argue that like every choice he makes, it keeps making the situation worse and worse. And then that closing shot of the movie. I mean, you could argue, I guess, the interpretation of what that name means. Like, is he now uh stuck down there? Has he now taken the place with the camera turned on him? I I liked a lot. I like the small cast. I like kind of the character study on him. I thought it was unlike our previous one. This one was a lot like easier to follow, easier to understand, simple story. It's funny because Venom brought up Little Shop of Horrors like way earlier in the show, and it made me think of Little Shop of Horrors when they discovered that she fed on blood and he was like feeding her his blood, because I was like, oh shit,
Feed
it's
me,
Audrey
Masuoka.
3. Yeah, it's a new Audrey.
Yeah.
But yeah, I liked it, and I like that. There's obviously themes. I like the Dante's Inferno though analysis by Venom. I think it fits.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I like that our character, he just kind of gets sucked into this whatever is going on more and more. I think there was even a part in the movie where like I was wondering if he was just like mentally losing it and like none of this was actually happening. But that, I mean, that went away eventually, because I was like, okay, no, there's too much to suggest that. But I think it was like maybe like the midpoint of the movie where I was like, is this like his descent into madness that we're witnessing, and all this other stuff is just part of the madness going on in his head? But I think there was too much there just to ultimately come down on that opinion. I just thought it was interesting, because even with all the stuff there, I still think there is like an element to him kind of like losing himself in this, and it basically takes over the entire motivation of his life to figure this out. And I love that's like there's a different world almost created down there. I love the kind of mystery guy that's communicating with him with the sunglasses guy. It made me think of like Cancer Man from X-Files.
The Man in Black.
His presence is always there.
That's his character.
Chiming in every once in a while.
Yeah, that's why he kind of reminded me of the Dark Tower, because the Man in Black in the Dark Tower is Randall Flagg. So I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Pretty awesome kind of connection there.
Yeah. Yeah, this movie was super interesting. Like, and I had a fun time with it. I like too that there's a little bit of anonymity, I guess, or not anonymity, ambiguity about what exactly is going on. But it's still easy enough to follow that. That doesn't interfere with the enjoyment of the movie. Like, you don't. I would say this is the way the movie goes along. You almost don't 100% need to know what this woman is. It doesn't 100% matter to the plot of the movie or to the conclusion, because it's more really about him and like his motivations. And like at no point, like at any point, you're like, why don't you just drop all this and like get back to your life? But no, he just gets deeper and deeper into it. And yeah, I thought this one was really good. I liked it. I think out of the two of them, this was a much easier one to digest on a first time watch than
it's more of a Pinocchio. Like I said, Pinocchio is kind of like that art form style where it's like some of the shit's gonna be fucking way too out there for these guys. I knew that going into it, but it kind of made like this discussion more like. That was the more like, hey, let's just get this review out of here, and we get to the more plot of the movie, where Shimizu like new aspects where, because he shot this in between Ju-on and the Grudge remake, so like, oh wow, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, like in between that, with like minimum like few days, like he filmed this in like a week or something. It's nuts. And it's crazy to think that, because it's that good of a movie.
Yeah, I agree. How did you even discover this one, Derek?
Well, it was released. I collect like the Tarnation Extreme line, and they released this. Plus the cover, like from the director of The Grudge, so it was like, Okay, that's one to check out. You know, like 'cause I like the Ju-on movies, but I kind of like it's like a different flavor. This movie, which I like with Takashi Mizumizu movies, he's more than just the Ju-on movies. He did like this. He did like a live action Tomie movie. He did like Tomie Rebirth, which is it's kind of a fun movie in
Hmm.
that sense. And he just does like different roles movies that I like. Like even like today, I get like Suicide Forest and Howling Village. Those movies I love too for different reasons. He's a director that I always look out for in his work because he's one of the original like OG creators of this shit. You know,
He
in
did
that sense.
Howling Village?
Yeah,
Oh shit! I fucking love that movie. Nice.
yeah, good shit.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I had fun with this. First time watch, but it won't be the only time watch. I'll say that for sure.
Hell yeah. Good top. Good stuff. All right, Mike. That's it.
All right. Well, our return produced kind of like the length of like our old school episodes. Like it was longer. I mean the list
Oh,
the
it
list
was
conversation was long, but it was fun. It was fun.
we should just do top tens from now on. That was way too.
Well, the thing is, like, if you really think about it, like, we tend to not on this show, we tend to not talk about like those type of movies. Not that we don't love them, but we tend to shy away most of the time from the movies that have been talked about so much that there's just not a lot left to say that everyone hasn't
Yeah.
heard anywhere else.
Yeah.
So
it's a
once
good
in a
spot.
while, it's kind of fun to just like gush over like all time greats, you know?
Yeah,
Let's do,
definitely.
let's do that villains list
Cool.
next time.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, No More Room in Hell number 63 is about to be a wrap, but before we get
Mike's
out of
picks
here,
next.
oh shit, yeah. What else do we have for people to listen to? Venom, what you got?
About the only thing I have is No More Room in Hell presents Creature Comforts, episode 32. On that one, we actually released that episode on Godzilla Day because we reviewed, finally, after 32 episodes, we finally reviewed the original Godzilla, Gojira, 1954. We actually had a very special guest. We had the return of Jerry Herring to podcasting. Some people might remember him from Kill the Cast. Others might remember him as being the fourth member of Underwater Kaiju from Outer Space, which is something that Derek, myself, and Don, our third co-host on Creature Comforts, that's something that we all did together. So it was kind of nice getting the band back together, if you will. And especially considering we're talking about potentially one of the greatest creature features ever made. And the fact that for the first time ever, I actually had a 24-hour turnaround on the editing. I'm so proud of myself. We recorded the episode 2 days before Godzilla Day. I submitted it to our network head the day before Godzilla Day, and then it got released on Godzilla Day. So I'm actually kind of proud of myself. Don't expect that to happen ever again, but it happened this time because I really wanted to make sure that episode was dropped on Godzilla Day. So yeah, go ahead and check that out. Check out the four of us gushing over, like I said, one of our favorite creature features ever. And that's pretty much it. Obviously, Fresh Cuts every week. I think our latest episode of Fresh Cuts was Apocalypse Z, a new zombie movie that was released from Spain, coming to us from Spain. That's the latest episode. Obviously, the next episode we'll be looking at Hugh Grant and Heretic, which just released in theaters this week. So that'll be the next episode of Fresh Cuts. And then, we'll see what else is coming. Hopefully, the Crystal Lake Gift Shop will be back in November.
Star Wars podcast is in the future.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll do the Star Wars podcast. I didn't think Mike liked fun enough to do a Star Wars podcast, so who knows?
Hey, come on. We got to talk about Rogue One somehow.
Damn right. But yeah, that's it for me. I'm still waiting to get confirmation on my next two guest spots, which will be on Cut to the Chase and the podcast Under the Stairs for the Horror Head-to-Head series. We were told in October that it would be happening in November, but it is now November 10th, and I still haven't heard anything back. So, I won't hold my breath on that. But those are the next 2 guest spots I have lined up. And then I did forget to mention, we did release a Halloween commentary episode.
Oh, yeah.
Forgot to mention that. And we actually got the whole No More Room in Hell family together, as Donna Nelly from Fresh Cuts was able to join us on that one. And we did a commentary for the WNUF Halloween special, which was actually probably the most fun I've had doing a commentary. So,
I got so high during
that. Oh, same here, buddy. Same here. And that's pretty much all I got, Mike.
Oh, yeah. It was good stuff.
You got anything, Derek?
Yeah, I just got creature comforts. I want to give a shout out because I'm now a fur daddy. I have a baby puppy named Rogue Jubilee Bourgeois. Hell yeah. That's about it.
Is that really its name?
Nice.
Yeah, I named it Rogue Jubilee. Yeah, the Rogue from Mexico.
No, I know the reference. I'm kind of surprised, but no, that's awesome. Good job.
Yeah, a huge fan.
Okay, yeah. If that's all you got, I am guessing by the time people are listening to this episode, our Fresh Cuts Heretic will be out. And that's probably the latest episode of Fresh Cuts that will have been out when this one releases. And yeah,
you grant.
It's about all I got too. I don't really have my Thrills and Chills appearance or guest spot got pushed back to what's probably going to be their whatever they call their Christmas series, Chasemas maybe.
Yeah.
The Chasemas.
Yeah, and let's see. It's early enough in November that depending on everyone's schedule in the second half, we could possibly get another episode of this out, just depending on what our schedules look like.
Yeah, I wonder what your picks are going to be like, Betty.
I mean, hell, I'm aiming for 2 episodes before the end of the year.
Hell yeah. Maybe 3. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, we maybe a Christmas
I meant
commentary.
November itself. I said one more for November. End of the year.
You're just talking about November. My bad. Yeah. No, then I agree. Yes.
Cool. Well, thanks everybody for listening. It took me a while to get 62 out, so when this one comes out, probably everyone's gonna be like, wow, they got this out fast. But it's just because I was holding on to 62 for a while. But hopefully 64 will be headed out soon. Thanks everybody for listening. We are descending back to the Lake of Fire once again. Let's say bye to our listeners.
I feel better now.
God damn it. Oh man. I our movies this week were so insane. I don't even know how to finish it. Take care, folks. Hope you had a great Halloween. Talk to you next time.
Don't go in any tunnels. Oh shit! I forgot. Are we doing that stupid list thing?
I've got it pulled up in case Mike still wants to talk about it. I think it's close enough to October that we could probably still talk about it. I'm not sure which one. I mean, the movie one I think is a little more compelling, but I mean, we could do both. I don't care. We haven't had a true burning question in so long that I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I just gotta actually. To be honest, I kind of didn't look at it.
I mean, it's not the most controversial list ever. There's some choices on there that are questionable, yes, with maybe one, in my opinion, one egregious choice, but there is still an explanation for why it's there. So I'm okay talking about it.
I always forget that it's higher up because then Lacey Lou decided to fucking
make fun of a movie I love. Yeah.
Okay, so it's the one that's from the Blair Witch. Okay, from Screen. Okay.
Yeah, there's one for top villains, horror villains, and then there's one for the top 30 movies or whatever. I think the movies is probably the more compelling conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Then
But
you
I
just
mean,
pulled it.
I've got the chat open. I've got the first list pulled up on my phone because I don't want to use any bandwidth on my computer. So I could bring up the second list if I need to. Fuck your software update.
Fuck you, motherfuckers.
I got my movies ready to talk about.
Halloween number 4. Get the fuck out of here. That's kind of a controversial statement, but yeah.
It's pretty close to where it is on mine. I think it's number 5 on mine.
I like Halloween. It's just I don't know.
No. Hey, no two people have the same opinion on a movie. I never disparage. Like Don absolutely hates The Shining, which is my second favorite horror movie of all time. But I don't give him shit for it. Whatever. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. Whatever.
No, it's not that I don't like Halloween. I just don't like everything that it fucking created after besides Halloween 3.
Oh no,
really.
absolutely. And that's the problem I always have when people talk about franchises. Like, what is Friday the 13th as a franchise better than Halloween, compared to Nightmare on Elm Street and Evil Dead and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, ultimately, Halloween probably has the best first entry of any horror franchise. I mean, well, maybe other than like The Omen or The Exorcist. But I mean, that first movie, I mean, it did so much for the slasher genre.
Yeah.
I give it its props for, what it did historically. It's not even my favorite slasher ultimately, but I still regard it pretty high. I mean, obviously Carpenter's direction, the score, that fucking spectacular score is really what elevates it for me. So
Yeah, that's like if it didn't have that score, it'd be just fucking.
Ultimately, the kills are pretty lame. I mean, they're not really anything too special.
Yeah.
It's not incredibly gory, blah blah blah. But it's influential, so I'll give it its due.
Okay, let's save this for the show.
No, absolutely. This is good shit.
Yeah.
If Mike ever wants to start.
What's he watching? Apocalypse Now again? Remember that?
There'll be some crossover with the villains list too.
Did the Redskins lose? Maybe he's lamenting the Redskins. I don't know. I don't know if they lost or not. I have no idea.
Are they the Redskins again?
Can you guys not hear
still
me?
American football team.
I hear you. Yes. We're just ignoring
Yeah,
you.
we hear you.
Oh.
Don't pay attention
lost
to that
the
man behind the
Steelers,
curtain.
but I don't care.
They did lose. Okay.
It was a close game to the Steelers. Kind of expected. It just sucks because I got to play Philly on Thursday. So I hate fucking Thursday games.
I
actually get to watch Thursday games because I don't have cable, so I get to watch those on Prime.
I get to watch Monday games. Yeah, hey.
I only get to watch the Sunday. What is it? No, the Thursday night game on Prime, and then whatever Paramount. So whatever CBS is airing, Paramount Plus has it on live. So like the Chargers, it's usually an AFC team.
Yeah.
Rarely the Raiders, but I get it's what whatever. I don't miss cable at all. I definitely don't miss paying that bill. So
yeah, I pay for YouTube TV, but even that I think is kind of fucking too expensive.
Yeah, cable in general. I mean, honestly, I do most of my fucking watching on YouTube, a fucking service I don't even pay for. Not movies and shit, but like my general non-movie entertainment. Like all the late night shows, Colbert and Kimmel, I watch that on YouTube. Like Simpsons episodes, Family Guy, I watch that on YouTube. So it's like I should just cancel all my fucking services because I could probably find most of it on between Nudies, Plex, and YouTube. I could probably find everything I need anyway. It'll just be a matter of where I watch the Super Bowl.
Half the time I just watch Star Wars movies on TBS instead of fucking Disney Plus. Well, they just throw them, like, we'll have the movie on like fucking Disney Plus or something, but they'll still watch it on regular cable. I'm like, this is what we have it for no commercials.
My wife does that too. Like, I literally spent $50 to get her the 4K of Singing in the Rain, which is one of her favorite movies. Yeah, I know. Shut up. But whenever it's on TV, yeah, same thing. It's like, did I not just fucking buy you a 4K? And she's like, oh, it just happened to be on. I just stopped. It's like, whatever.
It's all good in the hood. I bought the apartment on 4K, so it's I can't judge.
Hey, I mean, we all have our favorite movies that we'll watch in any form, even edited on fucking TBS.
Yeah.
I just got the Friday the 13th 4K delivered.
I thought about getting that, but I don't know. I spent so much money on that box set. Like, do I
Yeah, that's the thing. I bought
Friday
that
in
whole
4K? Honestly,
box set.
as much as I love it, do I need it? Like,
I
I
need to
like
see
that it's
how fake
grainy. You
Kevin.
know,
I don't
part of
want
the
to see.
charm of some of these older movies is that it doesn't look great. You know.
Yeah, every time I get a new copy of the Friday the 13th, Kevin Bacon's fake neck looks faker.
Exactly. The clearer the image, the worse the effects look. Exactly.
Yeah, I if I had that Blu-ray box set, I probably would have upgraded. But the last copy I
Actually, I
have
don't.
is
I
the
prefer
standard box set.
I actually prefer the theatrical version because they lean way too close on that fake fucking neck. In that unrated version, it looks even.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They do. But yeah, I
To
don't
each
think I
own.
need the 4K for that. Like I bought the 4K for Texas Chainsaw, and as I'm watching it, I'm like, why did I buy this? Like part of the charm of this movie is that it's a grindhouse classic that looks like shit. And now here I am watching it in crystal clear 4K, and it's like it doesn't feel the same.
That's like me buying Wood Chipper Massacre on Blu-ray. I'm like, this is a fucking shot and video movie. Why am I
Yeah.
buying this?
Why am I wasting my money? God damn it.
It's not like it's gonna look any better. You know?
Exactly. So I probably won't. What do you call it? Pull the trigger on that Friday 4K. As much as I mean, I've got Jason fucking tattooed on me. You'd think I would own it, but I got the box set. I'm happy.
Well, at first I wasn't gonna buy it because I'm like, well, eventually you would think one day there'll be a 4K box set, but at the slow rate they're releasing them, I'm like,
a
I
4K
can just
box set's
spend
going to be way down the line.
Yeah, I'm
I
just
would
like,
imagine. For some of our favorite franchises like Nightmare, like who's going to go through the trouble to put,
And then the
Freddy's Revenge on 4K?
And also, there's a problem with like the licensing with that too, because like New Line owns half of them, and then fucking
Well,
Paramount.
right, you could Paramount could do the first 8 in 4K, but like, is there a demand for Jason Takes Manhattan in 4K? Other than from the hardcore fans, I mean.
Hell,
Well, see, that's the
I was
difference,
kind
is,
of pissed that they fucking reused the same fucking disc for like Freddy versus Jason in the fucking box set that
Right.
I owned already. I'm like, this is kind of lazy. Like, these are the movies I want to
did
hear
notice
about
that
more.
too.
Well, I think too that's like the main difference is like Nightmare and Friday, even though all the entries aren't great, those I still get joy out of all of them, so I would
Oh,
want to
sure,
own them
of
all. But like
course.
And
Halloween,
who would
I
have thought
bought
the one
1
that
through
got the
3.
most
I don't
fucking
give a
crazy
shit
edition
about
would be
any
the
Halloween
remake.
movies.
The remake
Halloween
got a
movies,
fucking
I don't give a
stupid
shit
edition.
after Halloween 3. I have owning any
No, it's
Halloween
valid.
movies.
Yeah. As far as Halloween, for me, it's the first 3 in 2018. That's pretty much all I watch. I have no interest in any of the others. I don't even care.
If I had to
the rest of
pick one
the
past the
trilogy.
third one, it would be 2018.
Yeah, I mean, I like 20. I legitimately like that. I know a lot of people.
It was actually hope. It was like the Force Awakens. There was hope for a.
Yes, there was hope. It was like, yes, they're gonna. But then, just like the Force Awakens, they messed up the franchise a little bit. Not Force Awakens, but the next entry. Halloween. What is it? Halloween Kills is the last Jedi of the Halloween franchise.
But you either love it or you hate it for the
Exactly.
wrong
I
reason.
actually love Last Jedi, and I hate Halloween Kills. So go figure.
Yeah, and then they both rise to Skywalker at the end.
Oh, I mean, hey, I like Last Jedi because it's so different. I know that's why most people hated it. It doesn't feel like a Star Wars movie, but I legitimately liked it.
Yeah.
I had no issues with its progression. I had no issues with Luke.
The whole problem with that whole trilogy is the characters are all over the fucking place.
To an extent, the new characters, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, it is. I think the new trilogy. It's not that any of the 3 movies are bad as an isolated movie. It just seems like there's competing visions throughout the whole trilogy.
Yeah, when
Absolutely.
instead you have like Lucas fucking behind, like even like the ones he didn't direct, he still had a hand in overseeing
Right.
them. Where these
But back
ones
then, I mean, Lucas was more interested in telling a good story. It wasn't about effects. It wasn't about monsters. It wasn't about these high octane set pieces.
Yeah.
It was about telling a good story. And ultimately, regardless of how you feel about the original trilogy, it's a fucking great story. Without all the bells and whistles. I don't even need the special editions. Give me the theatrical cuts any day.
Yeah.
All right, we'll save all this for our Star Wars. Since Mike's recording, save this for the Star Wars episode.
Oh, we doing
I'll
one?
probably cut.
We
I'll
just had
probably
a
cut
we
this.
just had a great conversation about Star Wars.
I'll probably cut this into its own segment and maybe do it before the intro. We'll just throw it on there as like a
Nerds
bonus
talk
intro
about
section.
Star Wars. Fucking hell.
And everything we've talked about. But anyways, yeah, I guess we can
Niece, I love Star Wars.
get officially started now. All right.
Niece's favorite horror movie is what do you call it? Ah, shit, I forgot the game. Dr. Giggles. Yeah, I feel like Jar Jar Binks' favorite horror movie is Dr. Giggles. Don't ask me why. I based that on nothing. But
Oh, the best part. I was watching that one the other day because it was on. Fucking the other Gungan that he meets first, and he's like, "You suck big doo-doo." I'm like, what?
oh fuck! All right, all right. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
All right.